do I think racism needs intention? It needs intention. You need to be intentionally racist.
Okay, so have you ever seen the studies done published in the National Library of Medicine that showed that a majority of white students, when it comes to medical students, specifically first and second year medical students, and also residents, right, graduates, and how a majority of them believe that Black people have thicker skin, that our blood coagulates differently, that we have a higher pain tolerance, which is leading to a lot of medical malpractice towards Black people, because if they operate through that prism, they're causing active harm. Do you think that that would be racism, that they're engaging in the act of racism?
Well, that's an interesting study, and I would say that yes, okay, that's fine. So I would say that if people think that way, right? I don't think that means that it's because they're white, because there's a lot of people who think that way, not just white people.
That's not what I said. Again, don't steamroll anything. I'm asking you a question. Which Arab thinker created whiteness as a construct?
I'm not saying that they specifically created whiteness.
So they didn't create whiteness. Who created whiteness? Listen to the words I say. Air too. Again, I asked you a specific question. Who created whiteness and for what purpose?
Sure, the Portuguese. They created whiteness specifically for the purpose of justifying the transatlantic slave trade.
Okay,
it started with the Portuguese.
Perfect. So whiteness from its inception has not just been about just simply categorizing people based on phenotype. It has had the purpose of justifying enslavement.
So let's clarify this, right? It's the usage of a categorization of phenotype in order to justify unjust actions against other people who do not match a phenotype, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, so it is based on phenotype.
So race was creation. Hold on. Race, again, as I'm trying to tell you, Air 2, race was not simply created to just cutely categorize different people. No, it wasn't. The very purpose the very purpose of race as we know it today, right? This idea of categorizing people based on their phenotypical characteristics was created to justify a racial hierarchy. That was the only purpose. Literally. From the conception, when you said the Portuguese, you know who that man is?
Portuguese, but yes.
Yeah, who was that man? Who is that man? Who is the guy who wrote the Chronicles of the Discovery of Guinea?
Off the top of my head, I don't know his name.
Gomez de Zurara. Who was he commissioned by to write his travelogue? Prince Henry. Why was why was Henry asking him to write this? He asked him to write this. Why? Because they wanted to justify Portuguese expansion and they wanted to justify enslaving people. So from its conception, it has not been about simply just cutely like organizing. No. It had been about upholding a racial hierarchy. That's what creation was for. And blackness was literally created to dehumanize people, to strip them of their humanity. And that's why I'm saying race is a bullshit concept that is not
we
rooted.
Can agree on that.
Okay, so it's not rooted in any biological or scientific basis or genetic basis. It's literally just created to justify oppression and uphold a racial hierarchy.
Yes, correct. We can both agree on this. We both hold that same point. The problem is if that's the case, then you cannot say that all people who have white skin, unless we're just going to say, oh, well, it's only if you identify as white. So if you suddenly don't identify as white, you identify as something else, like maybe you identify as Anglo-Saxon or you identify as Caucasian, then it doesn't necessarily apply to you. Is that the kind of argument that you're trying to make?
No, whether you identify with it or not, society is what pushes your racial category onto you. So if you are identified by society as white, that determines your position within the racial hierarchy, and you are granted a specific set of privileges based on your whiteness. That's what I'm talking about. And those privileges, by the way, you're granted those privileges as in tandem with other people being disenfranchised. The only reason white people have privileges is because other people are being disenfranchised.
So then it's not inherent, it's conditioned.
Inherent,
as you had already previously. No, if something is inherent, it means it exists from its inception. So from the moment you were born, it doesn't matter, right? Because if something is inherent, that means that this is outside of any other external influences. So this would mean that, let's say I was born in the middle of the woods, having no access to any of the rest of society by myself. My existence in and of itself as a human being is racist.
I'm not talking about your DNA. And when it comes to inherent, it says again, an essential, so this is what it says, right? An essential character of something, right?
Correct. So if something is essential, that means it is inextricable.
An essential character of whiteness is racism. You cannot uphold whiteness without upholding racism. And in order, if you want to get rid of racism, by the way, right? You as a white person, as a community, white people need to dismantle whiteness and need to dismantle racism as a whole. And as long as whiteness exists, the racial hierarchy persists, and racism continues to persist as well, because you cannot uphold whiteness without upholding racism.
So again, you're agreeing with what I'm saying then, because you just categorize something being inherent as it being an essential character or property of that thing, which means that if it is an essential property, that means that it is inextricable. Meaning, again, if I were to just simply exist out in the world by myself, there is nothing else around, my existence is racist.
How many white people exist in an isolated island in the middle of nowhere in no relation with society? Let's be honest. You're bringing up a hypothetical that does not actually illustrate how the status quo exists in relation to society. And I can confidently tell you right now that over 99.99% of white people exist in relation to society. They don't exist on some abandoned island in the middle of nowhere being raised by wolves, okay? So they exist in relation to society. And when they exist in relation to society, when we're looking at how white people continue to be privileged at the expense of people who are not white, that is something that is the status quo.
That's a bad faith argument. That's an argument based on obfuscation. Argument at all. Because what you're doing is you're saying, oh, well, there's not a single white person that exists away from other people. Thusly, it automatically is inherent, which is not how, once again, this is not how inherent works.
First of all, race would not exist in isolated worlds because you need society to determine what your race is. Okay? Race is not something that's biological. It's not something that you identify with yourself. The society that you live in decides to place you in a racial category. If you are not in a society, you would not be categorized as white. That's not what I'm talking about. You are being bad faith.
So then white people aren't inherently racist then. They're conditioned to be.
Yes, white people, at the moment you get categorized as white, you are inherently racist.
That's not how that works.
That is literally how it works.
No, because now what you're doing now is you are forcing a presupposition of guilt upon a person just purely based upon their existence within a society, which automatically completely defeats the purpose of your argument for somebody to be inherently racist. Because again, in order for something to be inherent, in order for somebody to be inherently racist, right? Because you're saying if you're white, then you're inherently racist. That means you're saying that this person is inherently racist.
Okay.
Thusly, they can't. You are either inherently racist because you already stated with your other person, and I have it clipped. You already stated with the other person that it's not that your definition of somebody being inherent is that it's conditioned. So either they are conditioned or they are inherent. You've already acknowledged the fact that the term conditioned has absolutely nothing to do with the term inherent based upon you actively reading out the definition of what it means for something to inherently be something. So either you were wrong when you were talking to that other person previously who was up on the panel before me, or you are wrong now. So which one is it?
How do you uphold whiteness without upholding racism?
Uphold whiteness without upholding racism?
How do you live in society as a white person upholding whiteness without racism?
By existing as a fucking human being and treating others as great.
I'm saying when you exist as a human being, as a white person in society, you have privileges. How do those privileges exist without upholding racism? When we look at, for example, you're talking about existing. Black newborns are 3 times more likely to die during childbirth than white newborns. I don't know if you knew that, but that's a fact.
Yes, I do. Yes,
okay.
I'm
so
well
those
aware
black
of that.
newborns, without even knowing their own fucking name, they're subjected to structural systemic racial violence. And those white kids have a higher chance of life for simply existing as white. We have to understand that those kids, those white newborns, who don't even know their own name, they don't know that they're white, still have a higher likelihood of existing and life than a black newborn.
So again, we are forcing a presupposition of guilt based upon a person purely for their existence.
Air. If you have an issue with racial categorizations, what you need to do is you need to go to a pawn shop, buy yourself a Ouija board, and contact your ancestors and ask them why the hell they decide to create racial categorization. Because me, as a black woman in 2026 from the global south, I did not decide to create racial categorizations. I did not decide to categorize you as white, nor did I decide to create a whole fucking international system rooted in this barbaric and stupid ass concept. I did not do that. Who did that was your ancestors. Who did that?
My ancestors didn't do that.
White people, white Western Europeans decided to categorize people.
My ancestors aren't Western European.
I don't care where your ancestors are from. My point is, one second. Where are your ancestors from?
My ancestors?
Yes, where are they from?
My ancestors come specifically from not only Eastern Russia, but also from the Quiche Maya.
Okay. So how did whiteness impact? How did whiteness impact your ancestors? Your Mayan ancestors?
Sure. When it came to the Quiche Maya, whiteness in and of itself actually helped us initially due to the fact that because the Spaniards, because in case you didn't know this, but the Mayans teamed up with the Spaniards to take down the Aztecas, who were actively encroaching upon our territory and enslaving us and pillaging and raping and murdering our people. What wound up causing us to fall by the wayside was afterwards we fell victim to things like disease, and unfortunately,
Who brought those diseases?
The Europeans, because they were not aware of the same diseases that we had.
How much of the population of Mayans died because of disease?
Give or take, it was like 60%.
90%. 90%. If I give you a source now that shows it's 90%.
If it was 90%, then we would not exist today.
Again, so many indigenous people were unalived in the Americas that it created a little ice age. There's literal studies about this.
Sure. 90% of all indigenous population.
No, not all indigenous, specifically of Maya. About 90% of people were unalived by those Spaniards who supposedly were your saviors. Okay? So the fact that you live within a society where indigenous communities were almost like eradicated completely because of because of Western European colonization, and you're sitting here telling me that they helped you, to me is so batshit crazy.
This is an undisputed historical fact that the Spaniards aided the Quiche Maya.
I'm saying in the grand scheme of things, they literally almost eradicated you. In the grand scheme of things, Western European, it's the same. Listen, you have to, if you actually care about this, you have to weigh out the positives and the negatives. You have to weigh out the net benefits. You did not get net benefits. If you're saying you're an indigenous person, you didn't get net benefits from Western European colonization. Your people almost got completely eradicated to the point where
there is no such thing as a net benefit when we're talking about the colonization of indigenous people.
Thank you. That's my point. So even if they might have quote unquote helped you in that one single point, they still actively almost eradicated your whole population to the point where it created a little ice age. Okay? So my point is, Western European colonization created whiteness in order to justify to justify your death, by the way. They created it to justify your death. There was literally a debate in 1550 by Bartolomé de las Casas and Sepulveda, okay? Both of these people...
I'm familiar with these people. I'm very familiar with
Have you heard of the debate? Have you heard of the debate? What was the debate about? What was the validated debate about?
It was specifically in the debate of, are all humans created underneath God? Specifically in terms of what actually makes somebody a human, what makes somebody worthy of God, and what makes somebody worthy of human rights.
Okay, and what was the conclusion when it came to indigenous people and black people?
The conclusion when it came to indigenous and black people was ultimately, at the end of the day, if they were not willing to assimilate, then they were not worthy, which meant that because they were physically incapable of grasping the concept of God.
Of Christianity. Great. So first of all, black people were even stripped of that humanity, by the way. Indigenous people were claimed to be, they were uncivilized and subhuman, but they could be Christianized and civilized. When it came to black people, though, there was not even the conclusion of that was, well, they're not even human enough to civilize and Christianize, therefore we can enslave them and concentrate on enslaving them. That's the conclusion that they came to. So what gave them the right, what gave Bartolomé de las Casas and Sepulveda the right to determine who is human enough to be civilized and who is not human enough just to enslave? Who gave them that right?
Absolutely nobody.
No, whiteness. Whiteness gave them that right.
Exact point. Nothing.
Whiteness gave them that right. Whiteness, the idea that they were white and therefore they were on top of the racial hierarchy, that construct was used as an excuse to determine who was human and not. Based on that racial hierarchy.
It was an excuse to commit wrongdoings, but that doesn't mean that it automatically gave them the right. Because at the end of the day, no human being has the right to do any of that. At the end of the day, no human being. What it comes down to is the idea of, the people who are in power, the people who hold the bigger stick, they tend to write the history books, correct? History is written by the victors. Am I correct?
Not always.
Almost always.
But not always.
That's why it's a very famous saying. It's almost always written by the victors. I don't
care if it being a famous thing or not. It's not always the case, though. The victors don't always write history. You still have half the population in America and in the South thinking that they somehow were invaded by the North because they just wanted to uphold states' rights, and they erased the fact that they actually wanted to enslave people. Okay, so it's not always written by the victors. Even though they lost the Civil War, they still tried to claim that there was a lost cause, basically. Okay.
Yeah, they tried to claim that. Yes, there are many people who are, proud Confederates or whatever. They're proud of their Southern heritage, whatever, that will absolutely try to make that contention that, that the South purely just wanted states' rights. However, or at least for when I was going to high school, because I also went to high school in the South, I was not taught that it was states' rights. I was taught it was specifically fought over slavery. So that sounds to me like the North wrote the history books because the North were the victors, and they specifically said, "Hey,
in general Southern American curriculum, that is not the case. When we look at what the Daughters of the Confederacy did, they pushed for that myth, for the lost cause myth to be represented within the curriculum there. Okay, which is why a majority of people there actually actively believe in the lost cause myth. Okay.
The lost cause myth is also perpetuated by the generalized populace, because there are still many people who live in primary Confederate South strongholds at the time that from mouth to mouth, from age to age, were repeatedly taught this.
That's my point. My point. And that's why I'm saying the history is not always written by the victors. Because in this case, you have the people who lost the Civil War actively within their populations, still spreading the myth that that it wasn't over slavery, that it was over taxes or states' rights or whatever it is, which is precisely why when you read the polls done in the South, you can see that a lot of people don't even mention slavery when they're talking about the Civil War. But again, I digress. My point is, again, history is not always written by the victors. But again, when it comes to race was created for a specific purpose. I'm not talking about purely skin color. I'm not talking about the biology of people who are categorized as white, because whiteness and blackness are not biological categories. They are socially constructed legal categories. And these socially constructed legal categories were created for a reason, which is to uphold a racial hierarchy.
So then what makes somebody white?
Society determines if you're white.
No. What makes somebody right? What makes somebody white? Because in order for a white person to inherently be racist, meaning an inextricable characteristic of this person's existence is racism. What makes somebody white? Because
it depends on. So it depends on. So in the past, people like Johann Blumenbach, for example, were using like skull shapes to determine who was considered Caucasian or white, but this is like pseudoscience, right? There is no white gene, and lighter skin doesn't necessarily always automatically mean that you're white. Predominantly, it's Europeans who are very white, who are considered, who are categorized on a global scale as white. In some cases, like the American census, because there were some people from the Levant, I think it was a Syrian Christian family who actively sued the American government in like 1910 or 1918 to be categorized as white. Middle Eastern people, for example, and North Africans are now categorized as white within the American census. That's not the case, though. Let's say, for example, in some European instances, right? So again, whiteness as a category and race in general can change depending on what country you are and how that country decides to categorize and classify your phenotypical characteristics. For example, a white-skinned, blonde-haired person in Australia of Aboriginal heritage could be racially categorized as white, as Aboriginal, even though they would present as white in the West. Sami people in, let's say, for example, Scandinavian countries would not be categorized as white. They would be categorized as indigenous and Sami and be subjected to racism at that. But when they leave the Scandinavian context and they leave Finland and they leave like parts of Russia and they go to America, they would then just be categorized as white, right? So race can change depending on how the society you live in decides to categorize your phenotypical characteristics and classify them.
So then so basically what you're saying is that if somebody else says you're white, then you are automatically racist. That is the word that is
inherently, because whiteness is racist. Yes. Whiteness within itself, again, I'm not talking about your skin color or your biology. I'm saying the very, like, whiteness itself implicates people into the system of racism because you are then automatically positioned at the top of the racial hierarchy. And your position at the top of the racial hierarchy at the expense of everyone who is not at the top of the racial hierarchy. And everybody else continues to get exploited and oppressed in order for you to stay at the top of the racial hierarchy. That's what I'm saying.
So then again, we're back to the forced presupposition of guilt based upon somebody's existence.
It's not about guilt. It's not about guilt. It's about implication. No, it's not. It's about implication.
Is racism bad? Is racism bad?
It's not about guilt. It's about responsibility.
If somebody is racist,
I could not give a shit about white people feeling guilt. I don't care about your feelings. Okay? What I fucking care about is people to stop dying. And at this point, at this point, Black people are dying in fucking mass because of the system that white people created. In mass. That's what I care about, preventing death. I could not care less about how white people fifis are getting held by this, hurt by this supposed guilt. I don't care about making people feel guilty. What I care about is making people understand that this system is actively implicating you within this system, and you need to wake the fuck up and dismantle the system because people are dying. That's what I care about.
Guilt is not about feelings. Guilt is an active state of being. Just like, for example, if you go to court for a crime, you are either guilty or not guilty. Guilt in and of itself, a forced presupposition of guilt is a forced presupposition of them inherently being bad, right? That means because they are born into this system. Well, yes, because if we acknowledge that racism is bad.
Again,
we acknowledge that racism is bad. If somebody's inherently racist, then they are inherently bad.
Again,
you are forcing a presupposition of guilt based upon their existence within a system.
Okay, this is your guilt speaking. You feel guilt.
I don't have any guilt.
You feel guilt. I don't care about people.
I don't feel guilt. I'm not guilty.
I am not talking about bad people or good people. This is not a Marvel film, bro. This is why I hate Marvel, because Marvel and all these superhero films make you think that there's bad people and good people. I don't care about bad people or good people. What I care about is, again, removing the boot off Black people's necks. That's what I care about. And I care about Black people to stop dying. And the fact of the matter is, today in 2026, Black people are dying under a system that was created by white people. And white people need to get their shit together and dismantle the system, because Black people are dying in mass. In 2026, I don't care about guilt. I don't care about feelings. I don't care about badness or goodness or whatever it is. What I care about is that white people have to wake the F up and kind of smell the coffee to understand that they have been actively implicated in this system and they're benefiting off of this system. And by benefiting off of this system, they're leading to the death of people who look like me. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, we also don't care about don't care about definitions as well. So there's that too.
What definition?
Well, we already had a whole definition about inherent, and you still haven't answered the question as to whether or not you were wrong this time about the definition.
I told you. It is an inherent and essential. I told you it is literally an inherent and essential characteristic of whiteness. You cannot uphold whiteness without upholding racism. You already agreed to that. Whiteness
no. You specifically stated, right, that inherent is an essential characteristic, meaning it is inextricable. When somebody else came up, because that was the whole reason why I came up to begin with, was when they asked you what you mean by inherently, you said, oh, well, it just means that they're conditioned.
Yes.
Because that was the primary point of my contention. Because you cannot be conditioned and inherently something at the same time. That's a contradiction.
These are two different things. People are not born white. They're not born black. They're made into white people and they're made into black people. And that conditioning conditions them into whiteness. And an essential characteristic of whiteness is racism. When you are being conditioned into, because again, whiteness is and blackness and race and whatever, these are not biological concepts, right? So a person is born, society looks at you and says, okay, you are white, your position is here. You are black, your position is here. You go to school, you go to society, you're conditioned into upholding your role.
Well, then they can't be inherently racist if they're conditioned into upholding their role. Then they can't inherently be that.
Oh my God. Okay.
You can't be conditioned and inherently something at the same time.
Can you separate whiteness from racism? Can you separate whiteness from racism?
Can I separate whiteness from racism?
Yes. Can these two things separate from one another? Can you have whiteness without having racism?
You'll have to define whiteness. Like, what's your idea of
whiteness as a construct, as a categorization? Can you have it without racism?
Yeah. What makes something whiteness?
Again, why was whiteness created?
Well, no. What makes something whiteness, right? Because whiteness from way back when, just like what you had talked about earlier when I was trying to talk about where race theory came from, and you're like, well, no, race as we know it today. You cannot have your cake and eat it too. You cannot use an old definition of one thing to fit your argument.
Again, when did whiteness emerge?
Again, you cannot disregard an old definition of one thing.
I'm not disregarding an old definition. I'm saying again,
another.
No. Whiteness never changed in definition. It never changed.
What is whiteness today? What is whiteness today?
It never, ever changed. The purpose of whiteness, again, is to uphold a hierarchy. It has never changed.
You know what? Let me make it easier for you, right? Because maybe you just don't know how to describe whiteness because you're not.
I do know how to describe whiteness.
You said you're black, right? So what's blackness? What makes something black?
One second. You don't have to be fucking condescending, okay? You don't have to be condescending. I've been explaining this to you. Whiteness, it always exists in relation to something else. This is not a biological trait. It is not a genetic trait. You cannot have whiteness without having blackness. Hence why both of these things were created. Whiteness is always created in relation to something else because it's exclusionary. Okay?
So what is blackness?
Whiteness is. Can I finish?
Well, you haven't answered my question. I asked you what blackness is.
Blackness is the lack of humanity. Blackness is dehumanization. Blackness is removing a person from the category of human to justify their exploitation. When it comes to whiteness within itself, whiteness is literally the default, the norm within society. It is everything that is human. It is civilization. That is what whiteness is. It is what is on top of the racial hierarchy. That is what whiteness is. So whiteness always, as a social construct, always exists in relation to another concept, which in this case is blackness. It doesn't describe what a people are or is. It describes where their position is. So when a person is categorized as white, We're not categorizing or describing just their pure skin color or their biology or their genetics. We're describing where they are located on the racial hierarchy, which is again on top. That's what whiteness is.
So then it's not inherent, it's conditioned. Okay, thank you for answering my question.
How can you have whiteness without racism?
Because again, right?
How can you have whiteness without racism?
It's the idea, because again...
No, answer this question. How can you have whiteness without racism?
Are you going to let me answer the question, or are you just going to keep
that particular question? I don't care about anything else.
The question.
How can you have whiteness without racism?
I'm going to answer the question. It's just you're looking for a specific answer.
No, I'm not looking for a specific. I'm asking you again a question. How can you have whiteness without racism?
Sure. I'm going to answer that question for you. It's by simply changing the system, because you can't inherently be something if you're conditioned to do it. Again, existing as a white person within society is not inherently racist.
It is. That's what I'm telling you. It fucking is.
It's not.
Again, answer my question. How can if you do white people have white privilege? Do white people existing in society have white privilege? Can you unmute and answer that question? Do white people existing in society have white privilege?
Define white privilege.
Privilege is based on your whiteness. Lack of barriers based on your whiteness. Do white people have privilege in society based on their whiteness?
No.
Really?
It's a class privilege, not a race privilege.
Wait, hold on. So a class privilege. So you're telling me that rich black women don't have a higher maternal mortality rate than rich white women?
Well, we have to look at the statistics on what causes that mortality rate.
I'm asking you again. Are you telling me that rich black women, if it's only about class, are you telling me that rich black women don't have a higher maternal mortality rate than rich white women?
That's a red herring argument.
It's not a red herring argument. And then, again, it's not a red herring argument.
It is a red herring.
Do you think a person define red herring?
Sure. So a red herring argument, right, is when you're purposely throwing out a secondary argument in order to go down or create a state. Yes, it is.
I'm addressing your point again. If you're saying it's only about class privilege, then rich people of the same class should have the same privileges because they're both benefiting off of class. So I'm asking you again a question. Do you think Beyonce benefits off of class privilege?
Absolutely.
Why did Beyonce experience medical racism and almost die when she was giving birth to her children? Why did her class protect her?
What occurred?
What do you mean what occurred?
What occurred? What occurred for it to be medical racism?
Yeah. So, for example, when she was talking to the doctors about experiencing or feeling complications happening or feeling a bit weird, let me check the exact case, right? She did not get heard by the doctors. She completely got ignored, which led to complications happening. And she almost died. Hold on, let me look up actually the exact thing that happened. But this didn't only happen to Beyonce. It also happened to Candace Owens. It also happens to Serena Williams, who are also who have immense class privilege. So preeclampsia. She had dangerously high blood pressure. She had organ stress, risk of stroke and seizure and organ failure. She claimed that she was experiencing extreme swelling, limited mobility. She claimed that she was basically experiencing a lot of symptoms, and she described how the doctors, even though C-section, by the way, is much riskier when you do have preeclampsia, that the doctors completely ignored the symptom that she was feeling and still continued performing an emergency C-section on her, which almost led to her death. And she herself said that there's a systemic racism, and she herself came out and talked about her experience with medical racism. The same thing with Serena Williams, by the way, who is an athlete. She's extremely healthy and extremely rich. And she herself also almost died because she also ended up getting ignored when she was talking about her symptoms as well.
So this is not indicative of medical racism.
It is medical racism because it's happening to black. No, hold on. It is. If I brought you a study right now that is published in the National Library of Medicine, specifically talking about medical racism and how black women have a higher maternal mortality rate at every single economic status, and also taken factors of like rural and urban area, healthcare plan, whether they're single or married, and all of those different things, would you concede right now? Because again, it being medical racism is not something that's disputed, by the way, even by the experts.
If you could send me a study that shows right
now.
If you could send me sure, tell me the name of the study. Yeah, tell me the name of the study. I got you. Because if you can pull up that study and it shows the methodology.
Why do you think doctors are more likely to ignore black women?
Due to really shitty healthcare practices. For example, I know that in the past it used to be a myth that black people specifically had a higher tolerance to pain and stuff like that.
You think 2017 is the past?
No, I'm saying in the past it was specifically taught in schools that they had like basically an infinite tolerance to pain, which in turn over time led to the current myth that they just have a higher tolerance for pain.
Okay,
because
do you think that is something
that they didn't feel pain at all?
Do you think that is something that doesn't exist today?
I didn't say it doesn't exist today.
Okay, so it still exists today because you have the American. What is it? American Association of Medical Colleges actively talking about how even students today, especially white students, actively still today believe those myths. And there were even textbooks from 2017, 2018 that was teaching nurses that black people have a higher pain tolerance, by the way. Right? So the American Association of Medical Colleges, they released an official article in 2020 talking about how black patients in pain are actively failed. And they said that still medical trainees today still believe such myths as black people have thicker skin or less sensitive nerve endings than white people, and how these false notions and hidden biases fuel inadequate treatment for minorities in pain. It says here, black people's nerve endings are less sensitive than white people. Black people's skin is thicker than white people. Black people's blood coagulates more quickly than white people. These disturbing beliefs are not long forgotten 19th century relics. They are notions harbored by far too many medical students and residents even today. It says here, what's more, false ideas about black experiences of pain can lead to worrisome treatment disparities. In a 2016 study, for example, trainees who believed that black people are not as sensitive to pain as white people were less likely to treat black people's pain appropriately. And then it says here, racial and ethnic disparities in pain treatment are not always intentional. Instead, inequities are the product of complex influences, including implicit biases that providers don't even know that they have, right? So it says here, as a nation, we must continue to reckon with the lingering history of racism in medicine. We in academic medicine have a duty to bring in light the racist misinformation, stereotypes, and unconscious attitudes that still contribute to disparities in patient care today. So this is, by the way, by the American Association of Medical Colleges.
Okay. Yeah. So where's the study, the actual scientific study regarding mortality rates?
Yeah,
that shows their methodology, the pool in which they pulled from, where they got their data from, and how they categorized each person based upon race. What was their standard and definition?
The one that I'm talking about specifically is the U.S. maternal mortality rate within a global context, historical trends, current state, and future directions from 2021.
Okay, so I'm looking
Santana, did you want to come up? Sorry, my bad. I think
no,
Santana. Yeah, you still haven't like you understand that a person like Beyonce, a person like Serena Williams should have been shielded by their class, right? Because if you're talking about class privilege alone and nothing else exists, right? It's only class privilege. then you would have to kind of, I don't know, like when it comes to homeless people, I don't know why black homeless people are more likely to be racially profiled and subjected to more police brutality than white homeless people. When we look at black newborns and white newborns, black newborns have a higher maternal mortality rate than white newborns. And then that maternal mortality rate decreases when a black doctor takes over. When we look at, you can go to every single class, whether it is a social class, whether it is economic class, and I can tell you that black people are affected and impacted more than white people within that same socioeconomic class, right? And this proof is all out there, by the way. This is not me being a conspiracy theorist. This is literally something that has been recognized, not only by the American government itself and government agencies, but also by the British Parliament has talked about like the maternal mortality rate that they have within their country, because black British women there are 5 times more likely to die than white British women. This is also something that has been recognized by the United Nations, where they released an active resolution or a declaration back in 2013 claiming that systemic racism is something that still impacts black people today. Okay, on a global scale. So this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is something that experts across the board recognize.
And who were the signatories to that declaration?
It wasn't a resolution. It was a declaration by the United Nations.
Yeah. Who were the signatories to that declaration?
I can look that up, and Santana, you can talk while I look that up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I mistakenly hit the request of. I'm actually out right now at with the boys.
Oh, okay, my bad. I saw you.
No, you're good. You're good. I didn't want to just like not come up, but I will say this. I'm trying to understand not only the premise as far as like why or like what's so important about identifying the signatories of the declaration. I mean, are you implying that it's someone who had alternative motives in order to actually say, that this systemic racism is something that exists today?
No, the point was I was trying to find out who the signatories were so I can look into it myself, right? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, right, if I am wrong, I'm willing to acknowledge that I am potentially wrong and move forward with that, right? That's why when she's saying she has like this study here that shows that in the US at every single turn, black people versus white people, black people have a higher mortality rate during birth, stuff like that. I'm like, okay, cool. I want to know the study. I want to know what study it is. And I want to know if it shows their methodology and everything. So that way then I can turn around and I can go look into that, right? That's why I want to know who the signatories are. So that way then I can turn around and find the exact one, because there are plenty of different declarations and stuff like that the United Nations or NATO have, that ultimately there's a million signatories to it. So it's like, okay, cool. Every single signatory to that declaration, they're going to have their own statistics and their own data that's going to pop up to it. So I would like to know.
That's fine. So I'll leave you with this 2 things. One is empirical evidence that you can, whenever you have time, go look into it and actually dig deeper. And one's anecdotal. So the empirical evidence is there was a study completed by Citibank Group that shows that the United States has lost out on $16 trillion, with a T, $16 trillion due to racism, due to racist practice with not only like home owner lending, but through like educational lending and different things. But it basically outlines the fact that our country puts racism over profits. So that's, something that you can really dive into. And it really talks about the breakdown and how Black people have been affected throughout the entire financial system.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Citibank study. I'm very familiar with that one.
Perfect. The second thing is, because I heard Athena talking about it, or Kobe talking about it, and one thing that I love to give my anecdotal story about is the thicker skin story that she talked about. I'm from the South Carolina. I'm actually here right now. And in 2010, I had to have a surgery. Do you know what laparoscopic surgery is?
Yes.
Okay. So I was supposed to have a surgery that was laparoscopic, and I went under. Surgery was done by this nice old white Southern doctor, right? Remind me of like a Colonel Sanders type deal. And I went under expecting a laparoscopic surgery, and I woke up with an incision from the bottom of my chest all the way to my navel. And the doctor came in and he told me, well, we started to complete the surgery and, with the laparoscopic surgery, but your skin was too thick, so we had to cut you all the way open. And I was like, oh, okay. Maybe I'm a superhero or something. And so I went on about my business and later found out that, no, I don't have thicker skin. No, that's not a real thing. And which is funny because like I've, had different medical procedures. I've had like IVs, and all this other stuff. And there's never been a situation where my skin was just too thick. But I was told that my skin was too thick, and that's why he had to completely slice me open. Where then I was found out, of course, that's just an old racist trope that was still taught through medicine, and even more so something that was more prevalent for older doctors, and it's still being passed down today throughout the medical society, that Black people feel less pain, Black people have thicker skin, Black people lie about the level of pain, and so they need less medication. So yes, there's absolutely studies about that, but also firsthand eyewitness accounts, specifically myself. So I just wanted to share that as well.
Yeah, I'm familiar with a lot of that stuff in terms of the fact that, yeah, like the medical system in and of itself, it absolutely does deal with a significant level of racism, especially because you have these older doctors. Because unfortunately, the medical field, especially when it comes to doctors and nurses, is one of those few fields where, somebody will get into it and they will literally do it until the day that they eventually leave this earth. They won't ever retire, right? That comes down to taught racism, that comes down to conditioned racism, and ultimately it's also these older doctors that are writing these books. That's why you have in these medical textbooks, as recently as 2016 and 2017, that are teaching these exact same things, because it's those same exact racist doctors that are writing those racist textbooks.
I think the issue that you have here is that you're saying it's only the older ones, when that's not the case. It's also the younger ones, right? Well, because the younger ones, because again, there is an attempt to reverse the effects, yes, but also the younger doctors are being conditioned to uphold these biases and these stereotypes as well, which is why medical racism still exists today, right?
Yeah, so it's conditioned, it's not inherent.
It's inherent to whiteness, yes. Again, as I just mentioned, again, you cannot have whiteness without disenfranchising other communities of people. That's just how whiteness works. Whiteness from its inception, again, when I'm talking about whiteness, I'm not talking about individual white people. I'm not talking about white people bad. I'm not talking about biological things. There's nothing biological or genetic about whiteness. Whiteness is a legal category of power. And that power only exists in relation to disenfranchising other communities of people, right? So the only reason white people have privilege is because other people are being disenfranchised. You as a white person would not be able to have your privilege or social currency on an individual basis had other people not been disenfranchised. That, and I'm not, again, you need to get out of your feelings. This is not a Marvel film. I don't care about ascribing guilt. Or prescribing guilt. I don't care about telling you you're a bad person. You need to sit here, get on your knees and apologize to everyone. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the systems that we live in today have actively implicated white people in these systems to continue upholding these systems. And those systems are causing death. People are dying. Black newborns have a less likelihood of surviving because they exist within a Black body. That's the only thing. The only reason why a Black newborn has a lesser likelihood, a lesser chance at life is because they're Black. That's the point. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And the fact that people have normalized this system and are outraged that I'm addressing this system that is causing death is crazy. It's crazy. The fact that you are more worried about somebody calling you guilty, which nobody here did, than the fact that Black newborns are 3 times more likely to die.
I never said that anybody was calling me guilty. I said the idea
but you're paying attention to that instead of paying attention. No, but Air, you're paying attention to somebody potentially saying you're guilty, which nobody in this conversation did.
First off, that's not what I'm paying attention to. I'm pointing out the error in your logic, right?
It's not an error in my logic at all.
If somebody's inherently racist for being born within a system and prescribed a categorization based upon the system, that is a automatic forced presupposition of guilt based upon that person purely existing.
You're implicated, yes. And why aren't you doing something about it? Why aren't you doing something about a system that implicates you and benefits you? Why do you want to continue benefiting off of the death of other people? Because that's what it is ultimately. You are sitting here in 2026 and you're benefiting off of the death of other people.
What benefit?
And you want people not to address the fact that your privilege is directly linked to the death of other people.
What privilege? What exactly?
Are you saying white privilege doesn't exist?
How am I benefiting right now off of the deaths of other people? Right? Because now you
have white privilege.
Now you are making claims about me. Now you are making claims.
No, I'm not making claims about you personally. Can
I hop in for a second with you?
Yeah, hold on.
I was about to say, can I take that? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just going to say, listen, Air, you're making this way too personal, and there's nothing personal about racism, right? Racism is very dehumanizing in that it doesn't personalize people. It actively pretends that people are a monolith, right? That's what I'm talking to you about. And white people benefit off of the death of other people. That's just a fact. White people, when white newborns have a higher likelihood of surviving than black newborns. That is the white newborns having privilege in direct relation to the black newborns dying. When a white homeless person is less likely to be subjected to police brutality, that is in direct relation to the black homeless person being more likely subjected to police brutality. When a white person has a higher likelihood of a loan, has a higher likelihood of or lesser chance of being racially profiled, all of these different things, I can go one by one and address in every single sector of life. White people have a privilege over black people, and that is because of the racial hierarchy. But Santana, you want to say something?
I think you eloquently put it in. I just want to call out this because he said a word that like really hit my ear, and it's guilt. He said you're ascribing guilt, right? And I think that's the one thing that people need to get out of the mindset of, right? I think morality is subjective, and people saying like, oh, I should be guilty or whatever. Like that's not what this is about. It's literally just acknowledging the facts, right? And how things actually are. And I'll say this, Eric, you said, you made it personal, and I would love to actually make it personal just for a second. Eric, have you ever been stopped by the police?
Yeah, plenty
of
time.
For speeding?
For speeding, yeah.
Okay, cool. You're driving down the highway, you're speeding. The police pull up behind you. They hit their lights. What do you do?
The first thing that I do is I pull over as soon as I can, whenever it's safe.
Okay, perfect. You pull over. The cops get out of the car. What do you do?
I roll down my window and I put my both hands out the window with my ID and my insurance present.
Okay, perfect. You give them your ID and insurance. They walk off and get in the car, start to write you a ticket. What do you do?
I sit there and I wait with both hands out the window.
Okay. All right. So you wait while they're writing a ticket. They come back. They give you your license and registration. Then what do you do?
They give it back to me. I sign the ticket, and usually I drive off.
Okay. Perfect. All right. So the reason why I think that you don't understand your privilege or white privilege, someone said this the other day, and it's perfect. The benefit of having white privilege is realizing that you don't have white privilege, right? Same exact example. When I get stopped by a car, stopped by a cop, the first thing that I do after pulling over is immediately call my mom or my wife and tell them that, hey, I just got stopped by a cop, because I don't know if this is the last time I'm actually going to speak to them, right? Literally, this could be the last time I ever speak to them again. And then after that, I actually, I put my hands on the steering wheel, roll down the window, put my hands on the steering wheel, and I wait until the cop comes over to my car, right? Never moving my hands out of sight, off the steering wheel. Once the cop comes over and they say license and registration, I tell them, okay, I'm going to get my license and registration. My license is in my back pocket. My registration is in the glove compartment. And from that point, I narrate every single action that I take, every single movement. At this point, I'm reaching for my wallet that's in my back pocket. And then I'm reaching for my registration or insurance, which is in my glove box. I tell them these things as I'm moving, right? And then I give them my information and I put my hands back on the steering wheel and sit and wait. I don't move an inch. I don't move a muscle. I just hold the steering wheel while they go to the car, write the ticket, do whatever, and they come back. And then once they actually come back and explain to me while still I have my hands on the steering wheel at all time, they say, all right, here, you're good to go. And I, again, continue to narrate, all right, I'm going to go ahead and grab this ticket from you. And then I get the ticket. I wait for the police officer to go back, get in their car, and then leave. And then I leave. I call my mom back. I call my wife back. Hey, I made it, right? And so the point that I'm trying to get across is this is not something unique to me. I'm not special, right? This is literally how a majority of Black people interact with police when it comes to a traffic stop. The point that I'm trying to make across get across is that you not realizing that you have white privilege is one of the greatest benefits of white privilege.
I know what the crazy thing is, Santana? There are studies to show that your experience is not even, it's universal, right? There was a Stanford study that was conducted where they analyzed, it was a major empirical analysis, right, of nearly 100 million traffic stops across 21 state patrol agencies and dozens of municipal forces. What they found was that Black drivers are pulled over more often than white drivers, especially during daytime when race is visible, that Black and Hispanic drivers are searched at higher rates than white drivers, even though searches of white drivers found contraband more often than searches of Black drivers. And when stops occur after sunset, they actually call it the veil of darkness, by the way, because those racial disparities and stops decline. And they suggested that the reasons why they declined is because the officer's ability to see race influenced their stop decisions. He dropped. Crazy. He dropped.
Well, I'll be listening, but you can finish up practice with the boys. Sorry about the background noise and
No
everyone in
problem.
the chat as well. Thank you for having me up.
I appreciate you, Santana. That was the second person who dropped, by the way. Crazy. Let's go to the next guest. Can we get this live to 100K likes, by the way? That would genuinely be awesome if we get this live to 100 likes, 100,000 likes. Continue liking, sharing, gifting. Yeah. Hold on. And if you disagree with the topic, then please do request, and I will let you all up one by one. Just request if you disagree, by the way. I legitimately, if you don't agree, if you don't disagree, and if you request up, I will drop you. So just wanted to say, hold on. Let me go to the next person. So I'm going down the line. Let's go down the line. Okay, well, do stay in the guest request. Okay. Looks like a lot of the people are just glitching out. People who are being triggered in the chat, you can also come up and request and have this conversation. This isn't about generalization. This is literally, again, talking about facts. And I do want you guys to bring sources. I have been bringing sources this whole time. So I think that is also important. Anyway, like and share, y'all. We're going to get the new guest up soon. Yeah, I'm going up one by one. Going up one by one. Okay, there we go. Okay, period. Hello, Michi. Do you disagree with the topic?
Yeah.
Why?
So, have you been to South Africa?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so here all the privilege is in the hands of Black people. Yeah, do you know all the job opportunities? Everything is in favor of blacks.
Black people, first of all. Well, I don't know. I mean, don't white South
But
Africans still
if you're
own over?
complaining, how many black countries are there in Africa?
Well, first of all, I think like, isn't there the
I mean,
history
I don't know
of?
why you're saying. First of all, it's a straightforward question. How many
There are
countries
like
are black?
54 African countries, right? But my point is, again,
So then, why is it you complaining about where you live? Why not go to these countries and then reap the benefits of being black?
because those countries continue getting destroyed by the West. That's why.
Is it
Yeah.
not because?
So
Is
the
it not
countries
because of
continue. Wait, hold on, Michi. Can you tell me why white South Africans who make up only about what is it, like 7% of the population, that they own over 77% of agricultural land?
So okay, well, actually, very good that you said agricultural land because the statistics that always get brought up, they say land ownership in general, which
No, I'm
they
talking
don't
about
actually.
agricultural land.
Yeah. So do you know how many hectares of agricultural land are in the hands
I
of
don't
the
care about
government?
hectares. I'm saying, why does a minority of the community own over
Okay. Yeah.
70%
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
the
You're
agricultural
not
land?
listening. You need to
Even though,
listen.
no, I am listening to your question. I'm just
Okay.
asking you
So how
again.
many hectares of land is
I
taken out
don't
of the
care about
statistics?
hectares. The point,
Do you not
again,
know that is
again,
land?
no,
Hectares
again,
is the
the
size of
point is,
land.
I'm so sorry. Again, I know what hectares is. My point is, why do
Okay.
white South Africans who only
I'm
make up
asking you the
7% of the
question.
population, 1 second, why do
How
white South
much of the land
Africans,
is in the government hands?
regardless of how much it is it over 70% of
No,
agricultural
bro,
land?
you're not
Yes or no?
listening. How much
I'm
land has been
listening
taken
again,
out
I'm
of the
listening to your
statistics?
point. Can
Kobe,
you answer?
Kobe,
You're
you need
trying
to
to
listen.
answer my question with
Okay,
a
I'm trying
question.
to answer you. I'm trying to answer you, and I'm telling you how much land is in the hands of the government being
I
taken
said
out of
over
those statistics.
70% of
Oh my
agricultural
God, you're
land
not
is owned
listening.
by white people.
Okay, so how much of that land has been taken out of the statistics by the government? They are holding it in null ownership because they want it out of the statistics of who owns the land.
So
So
are
that
you
they can
telling
say,
me that white people don't
it's the
own
white
over
people, it's the
70%?
white people. It's not.
Again, are
It's
you?
not.
Wait, hold on.
Majority
When
of
it
the
comes to
land is in
agriculture, I'm not talking about again. For the love of fucking God, I'm not talking about I'm not talking about land in general. I'm talking about agricultural land.
yes,
Okay,
agricultural land.
are you
Okay,
saying that over
yes, Kobe,
70%? Are you
Wait,
saying
you
that?
just asked me, you just said it again. You said agricultural. Okay, let's go see how much agricultural land does the government hold and they don't actually allocate it to anyone. Do you understand that? Kobe?
Let
Kobe?
me just look it up.
Yeah, go search the grape vineyards that was repossessed from by the government, and you know what? It just got
Yeah, so it
left.
says here white people own most of the agricultural land held by individuals, about 26.7 million hectares, which is about 72% of privately owned farms and agricultural
Privately
holdings.
owned, yes.
So,
Hold on,
okay. So, why do white people who make up about 7% of the population own 72% of the agricultural land by individuals? Why?
Okay, what is the percentage that the government is holding that is
I
not
don't care
allocated?
about the
Wait,
government. I'm
Kobe.
asking you this
You are
again.
not listening.
Again,
You're
I
not
am
listening.
listening to what you are
Okay,
saying.
I'm
You
answering
listen
you.
again. Oh my God. Address my point. You are a foreigner in that land. You literally are a result of colonization in South Africa. You benefit off of the leftover of apartheid system. Why do you, as a foreigner, and make up only 7% of the population, own 72% of privately owned farms and agricultural holdings? That is what I'm asking you. Because if you're talking about oppression, you shouldn't even be owning that land in the first place. And I'm an African, by the way.
But I don't know what
I
you
don't
on
think
about
white
saying that
people should be
I am a
owning that much
beneficiary.
land.
I'm
Hold
not a
on.
beneficiary.
I don't think white people should be owning that much land in Africa.
You are not listening. I'm trying to tell you that the government is taking the land out of the statistics to say, oh, this is the white people got 72% of the land. Meanwhile, 80% of the actual fucking land is in the hands of the government. And they
Show
are
me a
not even
source.
giving it. They are not even, okay.
Give me a source.
Wait. I'm trying to get it. It's there's a trying to think of it. It's 11 million hectares in the Ngunyama Trust. Ngunyama Trust. Now that was the land that was supposed to be for the people. It was not given back to the people. The ANC government were actually charging the people to rent on that land. It was their bloody land. But now the government's charging them to be on that land. So they lost the court case. They had to pay millions of rands back to these
tenants. Give me a source, please.
Ngunyama Trust. Ngunyama
No, I'm
Trust.
I'm asking you as well about a source about how much of the agricultural land is owned by the South African government.
It's not owned by the South African government. It's taken out of the statistics.
Okay, can you give me, can you give me...
Do you know what is land expropriation?
Again, I know what land expropriation is. I'm just saying, again, can you please give me a source?
When that land gets expropriated, are you telling me that is in statistics?
Okay, so it says here, according to a 2017 state land audit, about 14% of all land in South Africa, which is about 17 million hectares, was owned by the state. That included parkland, conservation land, infrastructure, and other non-farm uses. Analysts aggregate farmland redistributed in state-held amounts to find that 25% of previously white-owned farmland is now either in the hands of Black South Africans held in state ownership or transferred through restitution and redistribution efforts since 1994.
So
total agricultural land in South Africa is about 93.5 million hectares. State-owned productive farmland is about 2.5 million hectares. Other state-held farmland is 0.63 hectares. State plus redistributed farmland is 19.3 million hectares. And white people still own 72% of that farmland. So can you give me a source that tells me that?
Can I get to the brass tacks here? Go Google. You've got a computer in front of you.
No, can you wait? Hold on. Can you give me a source?
The abandoned, repossessed farms that are abandoned, not producing.
No, I don't care about abandoned, bro. They can stay abandoned. Again, you tried to argue.
Kobe, let me explain something to you because you think you seem to know so much. Do you know what happened in Zimbabwe when all the white farmers left Zimbabwe?
It's good. It's good.
Yeah, do you know how many people suffered and were unalived?
Wait, they suffered and were unalived when the white people were there. What are you talking about?
No.
Are we pretending as hold on, are we pretending as if Rhodesia? Are you saying that in Rhodesia?
Yeah,
hold on, in Rhodesia, are you saying that the black people were not suffering and dying?
Okay, so do you know what they did?
Wait, hold on, one second. This is my point. One second. Michi. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Were they farming the land?
Again,
were they farming the land?
Again, 1 second.
Were they?
I do not center white voices on the African continent. As an African woman, I would never ever center a white voice when it comes to the African continent. The fact that Zimbabwe, first of all, I don't even support Robert Mugabe, right?
No,
the reason as 1 second, wait, 1 second. Can I finish my sentence? Okay? When it comes to oh my god, the audacity. When it comes to Robert Mugabe, I don't disagree with him because he expropriated land. I disagree with regards to the mismanagement of how that land was redistributed. But I do think that land should be expropriated. That's the difference between you and me. I do think that land needs to be taken away from the descendants of the colonizers who are there. I just disagree with him. It's not crazy. I'm so sorry. Where in Europe, wait, hold on 1 second. Can I ask you a question? Where in Europe do black people own a majority of the...
Zimbabweans were unalive by...
Again, where in Europe do black people and Africans own a majority of agricultural land? Can you give me one European country where we're allowed to do that?
No, I'm asking you, do you know how many black Zimbabweans were unalived by Robert Mugabe?
Did I say I agree with Robert Mugabe?
Yeah, but you didn't mention anything.
Did I say I agree with Robert Mugabe? Did I say I agree with Robert Mugabe?
Yeah, but you did not say anything about how he was unaliving his own people.
Wait, did I say I agree with Robert Mugabe?
He was
Did I
literally
at
putting
one
his
point
chest
did
and
I
throwing
at
it
one
into
point agree with Robert Mugabe?
You didn't say
Okay,
anything
fuck
about what
Robert
he did.
Mugabe. I can tell you right now, fuck him. He was a dictator. My point is, I don't disagree that he took the land. I think he should have taken the land. What I disagree with how that land was redistributed because it was mismanaged. That's what I disagree with. But I support fully. I support the Namibian government to take away the land from the Germans who are sitting there. I support the South African government to take away the land from the white South Africans who literally are hoarding that land due to apartheid. And I support the taking away of land of white Zimbabweans.
You see, this is the part of the
One
problem.
second,
Where you
one
don't see
second.
past your nose, and you don't see how many people that would unalive. You
What are
think
you
just
talking
taking that
about?
away.
They were unalived by the white people too. What are you talking about? Why are you
So
pretending as if white people were good for Africa? Why are you pretending as if white people were good for Africa? Why are you pretending as if white people didn't go around genociding Africans?
Why didn't they all just come back from America, come back from the UK, whatever, come back to Africa and say all the whites must just go back from here? You know that the Zulu people here in South Africa right now are saying the whites are here to stay. Don't attack our white people here.
Please.
Yeah.
Please, I beg you, shut up.
You don't know.
Why are
Where
you
from?
tokenizing South
What part of
Africans, black
Africa are
South
you from?
Africans?
What part of Africa are you from?
What? Are there
What part of
any South
part of Africa are
Africans
you
here? One second. Are there any South Africans here who don't want a white South African to speak for them? Just wanted to say that. Hold on. Actually, Truth Seeker is South African. Truth Seeker, sister. So this man came up here to talk about how in South Africa there. No, 1 second. 1 second. Let's hear from a South African voice who's not white. So Truth Seeker, this man came up here to talk about the oppression of the white South Africans, of how they're not receiving any privileges. And then he said, yeah, exactly. And then he tried to say that they don't own a majority of the agricultural farmland, or privately owned agricultural farmland. And then he tried to say actually land appropriation or redistribution is bad for the native people. And actually South Africans, black South Africans, want white South Africans to stay there. So can you, as a South African, I'd like to hear your perspective on that.
Ask Truth Seeker.
No, 1 second. Let's hear Truth Seeker.
Mikey.
What about Cronenberg? Truth Seeker, what about Cronenberg?
1 second, Mikey. 1 second, Mikey. Let her speak.
Truth Seeker, is ANC getting it this year?
Hold on.
Let me talk, bro. Relax. For fuck's sake, relax. Now, first of all, you know what's funny is that there's this guy called Groenewald. And I want you to listen to his policies. And you tell me this sounds like equality. We are for equal South Africa, but my Afrikaner people's interests come first. Does that sound very diplomatic to you? Does it, Kobe? If I say I want equality for all South African people, but by the way, whitey Afrikaner people's interests come first. Does that sound like someone that's diplomatic to you?
No, absolutely not.
Exactly. So this guy, because he knows in South Africa right now, because we are desperate for change, so he said, let me see. Let me go to the vulnerable people and tell them I'm here for equality. But then, some people won't have a brain to go and read the small print. You see, Mikey, people like me, yeah? And there's a lot of me like out there, by the way. They're going to read the small print, Mikey. There are a few dummies that are going to jump on the bandwagon. But when I read equality, but my Afrikaner people, so can you make it make sense to me, Mikey? Why is it saying Afrikaner people if you want equality?
How many black South Africans are saying that they are voting Cronenberg for the next league?
It's not the majority. And I'm going to say to you again.
Tell me how many.
Mikey, there are no statistics that are saying it's the majority. The same like when the EFF was coming and say they have the majority and then they didn't. Now I'm going to say to you what this man is doing. He is trying to catch the bandwagon of vulnerable people in Africa and sell them a lie. That is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, you know what? During the whitey regime, there were jobs and maybe we should go back to the whitey regime. Yeah? Is that what
There
he's
were
selling? Is
jobs.
that what he's selling? So now people are going, oh, he wants equality. But you see, Mikey, yeah, there's people like me that will go everywhere and expose his bullshit. Because when
See,
you
the
come and
difference
write,
is, Truth Seeker, is that there will be jobs because then there won't be restrictions
oh, but my
keeping white people
Afrikaner
from
people come
having jobs.
first, yeah?
Well, it
My
won't be restrictions
Afrikaner
from white
people,
people
why is it
owning
talking about his
businesses.
Afrikaner people if it's equal rights? If I want equality, am I going to talk about Afrikaner people in my motto? I don't fucking think so. When you say equality, I mean equality. I'm not going to say, oh, it's for my Afrikaner people, because it doesn't work that way. It's either you want equality or you want something else. Now, if he's saying he's going to put his Afrikaner people first, my dear, that's not equality. That is literally telling people I'm gonna bring equality, but my Afrikaner people come first. That's not equality, bro. That is sickening.
That's what you say about what he
It's
said
in
about
his
putting his
fucking
Afrikaans people
motto.
first.
I read
Yes,
Groenewold's
Well,
thing.
when I go and confirm that, I will have a look. But I'm not Afrikaans.
Yeah. Okay. So then,
I'm not Afrikaans.
if his motto says that, are you okay with that?
I'm not Afrikaans. So I mean, look,
I'm gonna ask you a question. If it does say that, are you okay with that?
no, I'm not. Listen, I am not the kind of person
I
you
don't
actually
care
want
if
to
you're
ask.
Afrikaner or not. I really don't care. I asked you a simple question, sir. I don't look at people. I'm just asking you a simple question,
Trying
Mikey.
to answer.
If
Stop
he says
interrupting
it,
me.
what does it? Okay, go ahead.
I am not the right person to ask this kind of question because I do not like the Afrikaans
Well, you
people.
were talking about Groenewold, and now you're saying you are not the right person. I'm a bit
No, you
confused.
asked
Why
me
would
about
you go
Afrikaans
and be
people.
behind someone's
You
bandwagon, but
asked
you're
me
saying you
about
don't know?
Oh my God! You just asked me about Afrikaans people, and I said to you, I don't like them.
I don't care if you like them or not. You were literally upping here for Mr. Groenewold, and I've told you what he stands for, and you are again telling me. I asked you a simple
I
question. I
literally
didn't
said to
ask
you that
you if you
I
like
literally
Afrikaner
mentioned
people. I
because
said if
the,
that is true about his motto, are you okay with
a
it? It's a
lot of
simple
black
yes
South
or no.
Africans don't want to even vote for their own people anymore in South Africa. They're willing to vote for Afrikaner people. That says a lot.
Did you just hear what I said or not?
Oh my God! Did you just hear what I said?
Did you listen to the question, or was I talking to myself? I asked you a simple question. You brought up Groenewold. I didn't. You were on his bandwagon so I'm asking you, as a South African, if you go read his motto, what I just confirmed, and you can go read it and you'll come back to me and say, oh yeah, you're
It
actually right.
wouldn't bother me. It
Would
wouldn't
you be okay
bother
with
me
it?
at all. It wouldn't make my life
Okay,
any
so then you
different.
don't want equality then. So then it's useless talking to you then.
No, it doesn't make my life any different because I'm getting the fuck out of here. I got a British passport. I can go wherever the
That's
hell I
nice.
want.
But
That is so nice.
you're a British
I'm just
That's
waiting
nice
to
citizen.
to
take.
know.
I'm
That's so
just waiting
nice
to
to
take
know.
my daughter with me.
Hold on, you're a
Okay,
British
that's
citizen.
nice to know.
No, I told you I'm Swiss. My wife is British, so I applied
So
for
you're a
British citizenship.
Swiss citizen. You're a Swiss who has a British citizenship.
European. Yes.
Okay, so you're European. You're a
Yes, because my
European.
wife, the mother of my child, is British.
Okay. So you're European in South Africa, a predominantly black country, complaining that land could be taken away from white South Africans.
No. From white people in general.
Yeah, well, yeah. Why should the white people own those
White.
lands? Why
It
should they
doesn't
own
matter
those
where you
lands?
came from. Doesn't matter how much you spent money on it or whatever.
I don't
You
care.
can be,
Why should
you
those?
can be
I'm so sorry.
robbed.
Again,
You can be stolen from.
is there a single European country where Africans or black people own a majority of the agricultural farmland, the private owned
There is
farmland?
actually there's farms owned by blacks
I
in
said a majority.
no, not majority, but
So if Europeans don't allow us to do that, why should we allow Europeans to do that in our lands?
You telling me that the fact that that has not been mass produced or like it's not been done. So are they capable of doing it?
Yes,
Oh, no,
I
no, no,
think
wait,
I
wait,
think
let's
if
understand something.
Europeans,
They
hold on
wanna
one
take
second.
over what
If
is existing
Europeans
already.
don't allow, oh my god, I don't like to scream. By the way, I
Yeah,
hate
but I
the
wasn't
fact.
done talking. You
Okay,
spoke
fine.
over me.
You can finish. You can finish.
Okay, so they want to take the existing foundations and everything that is there right now. They don't want to build it all for themselves. Why? And now you can speak, Kirby.
First of all, you don't have to tell me if I can speak or not. This is literally my live. I don't know who you think you are.
Why
Okay,
do you
but my point is, wait, hold on. My point is, okay, to the people in the chat, to the people, one second, to the people in the chat, okay, would you allow? There are so many people from different countries in my chat. Would you allow foreigners to come into your country and own a majority of your privately owned farmland? I just want to say, would the people in the chat, would you allow and would you be okay with foreigners coming into your country and owning a majority of your farmland? You see the chat? Crazy. Because nobody would be okay with foreigners coming in and owning a majority of their own ancestral land, farmland.
And also,
So if there's the
and
desire, if
also,
there is the demand, why are you not doing it? Why are you, Kobe?
It's not
Why are
only
you
the
not here in
farmlands.
Africa?
Sorry,
Wait, one
Mikey, I'm
second, Truth
talking
Seeker. 1 second, Michi. Yes, Truth Seeker, continue.
It's not only the farmlands, it is the diamond mining, it is the uranium
Tutsiko, you're
mining,
telling me
it
the Torah
is
Maposa doesn't
the
own
copper
Can you
mining,
stop
it
over
is the
talking women,
gold
bro?
mining. It's not only that, it's all our resources as well. Does De Beers sound to you like local to you?
Oh, I know De Beers. Doesn't De Beers own so much like diamond mines in Botswana as well, and prevents people
And
from
South
going to
Africa.
Botswana
And
and
South
owning
Africa.
and South Africa? Yeah, De Beers. That's like a Dutch company, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly.
Tutsiko,
So
when
that's my
Mzama
point.
Tutsiko, when
So
Mzama
we
come here,
have
do
De
they bring?
Beers,
Michi, I'll let you speak after.
and then we have another one that is actually he's Swiss as well. They call him Paul the Bear, which literally he's got Swiss and Dutch descent. He has so much resources in South Africa. And then we also have the, oh my God, I can't think of their name now. They actually ran to Dubai because they were doing so much of tax evasion. I can't think, they actually Indian. Oh, I can't think of the name. One second. I'm gonna go look up their name. I always forget it. 1 sec.
Yeah. So you guys. Yes. Okay, Michi.
If there's such a demand to go farm, why are these Zamas coming over from Zimbabwe with no earth moving machinery, and they digging with spades, and they digging with their hands to try and find diamonds and gold or whatnot in our mines here in South Africa. So you tell me, do the mining sector come with technology and earth moving machinery, or is it the people make it themselves? I mean, like, tell me what brand earth moving machinery has South Africa made? Yeah,
First of all,
to
why are
start
you
mining.
saying our minds? You just said you were a Swiss British person.
Yes, but I live here.
Why do you feel
I live here in
entitled?
South Africa. I am
Wait,
currently a citizen.
no, but you live here, but it doesn't mean that you're mines. This is why I'm saying the
So
audacity.
you're saying that
No,
I
no, hold
don't have
on.
a citizenship
This
here.
is why I'm saying you have a lot of audacity and entitlement.
So you're saying I don't have a
You
citizenship
yourself
here in
said,
South Africa.
one second, you yourself said that you are a Swiss man with a British citizenship, yet you are claiming that other Africans are
You want
coming
me to piss you
to.
off even more? I was born in Zimbabwe.
Oh, so
I'm not even born here in South Africa. I was born in Zimbabwe.
So you are a Brit who was born in Zimbabwe, and that's why you're complaining. Your family was
I'm
probably kicked
Swiss.
out.
I'm Swiss. My family, my mother is from Switzerland.
Why
My
was your
father is
family
from
born in
England.
Zimbabwe?
My family wasn't born in Zimbabwe.
Why were you born in Zimbabwe? Why was your family there?
I was born in Zimbabwe. My
Yeah, but
mother, like I
what
said,
were your
my
parents
mother's
doing
from
there?
Switzerland. My father is from England.
So your father is from England. What was your father
Oh
doing
my
in
God!
Zimbabwe
Did
when
you
you were
not hear
being
me say
born?
that like 6 times?
No.
What?
You said no. You said your wife was Swiss. Well, your
Yes,
wife was.
no. I'm.
Okay, you said that you were Swiss and your wife was British. You at no point mentioned that your father was British. What was your British father doing in Zimbabwe to give birth to you there? How old are you, by the way? Michi, how old are you?
You muted me. I didn't even know. I'm busy talking the whole time.
How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 30.
30. Okay. So what was what was your father doing there for you to be born in Zimbabwe?
Did you not hear, or did you? I don't even know when you muted me, but I was saying this, that my father immigrated over to Switzerland. He was living in Switzerland when he met my mother, had started the relationship, got married, came over to Zimbabwe on a honeymoon. They decided they wanted to live in Zimbabwe, and that's when they conceived and gave birth to me in Zimbabwe. But
Interesting.
my father was a nationalized Swiss. So he is technically Swiss, as well as my mother is Swiss. But my father was only born in England. And then they immigrated down here. I
Okay.
married a British woman.
Truth
And
seeker, do you want to?
that gives me my British citizenship.
Okay,
Because
and
you asked me about with a passport, so yes, that's why I explained that I have a wife that is British. So
I understand that part. You already mentioned that. We know that part. Yeah. So isn't it crazy? Sorry, Truth. I just wanted to say, isn't it crazy that your parents? Hold on 1 second. Your parents are Swiss. Your father's a naturalized British citizen, but they're Swiss. Okay. And then they gave
naturalized Swiss citizen.
Oh, so he's a British who's a naturalized Swiss.
Yes, he was born in England and then immigrated over to Switzerland, married my mother and everything. And
Okay. So basically just European. Let's just keep it simple, okay?
He was a lecturer for engineering in Zimbabwe, where he was lecturing in the rural areas for college level engineering. So
do you see how crazy it sounds? Yeah. No, I don't need all those details.
I know. I'm trying to give you a backstory so that you can see that we were dealing with a lot of the less fortunate in the education department, where we were educating the less fortunate.
Oh my God, I don't need to know any of that. My point is the fact that
you don't appreciate the fact that we actually were there trying to help.
I'm not talking about an individual basis. I'm talking about a general basis.
So then you just would have liked them to stay like bush people instead of having any education whatsoever.
Bush people.
Because I mean, you're taking it away from.
Is it coming out? Come on, let it
out. You want to hear it.
Backward,
you want to hear it from your own.
Come on, we are backward. We
do you want to hear it? I can tag both of you.
Whitey saviors. We knew nothing. Yeah.
Do you want to hear it from your own?
We came and we had no education system.
Why can you not hear it for yourself?
We were probably walking with the fucking lions and skins. Yeah, bring it on. This is what I fucking mean. Yeah. By colonizers, they think they are forward.
Ladies on a video saying how
people,
yeah. So
why you came to the fucking bush then? If we're fucking bush people, why didn't you stay in your fucking whitey supremacist fucking country?
We should have left you all uneducated.
You should have fucking left us, and we wouldn't give a fuck about you. And
Wait, hold on. You said you should have left us uneducated. Nietzsche, do you realize? Hold on.
And we were in the bush. We were probably fucking playing with the lions as well. Come on, say it. We probably were so backward. You probably lent us how to walk and talk as well. Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Can I just clarify, Nietzsche?
Don't fucking tag me when you call us bush people. Don't fucking tag me. The only thing you need to tag is your fucking. You come to us and you call us bush. Look at the fucking racism. This is what I mean about these people. They have the audacity. Do you know what your people actually did to us?
What racism?
Do you have any fucking clue what the British pigs did to us? Of course you don't. You made laws like the vermin law. You know what the vermin law is? Mister, you came and you gave us freedom and you made... What's the vermin law? I'll tell people what the vermin law is.
I'm coming now. I'm tagging you.
Don't fucking tag me. Don't you dare fucking tag me. Don't follow me. I swear to God, I'll block you. Now, first of all, this is the whitey mentality that we have to put up with. They came to us, literally came to us, put laws in like the vermin law. Do you know what the vermin law is? We were forced to learn.
Wait, okay. One mic. Wait, hold on. Wait.
Let's understand something. Wait. I want to clarify. Are you saying that the white people came here first and did this? Do you know about the Arab?
First of all, we were colonized.
Okay. On a serious note, one at a time, please continue.
Now, I'm going to explain to South African history. He's not even South African. And the fact that he wants to come and tell me what was good for my people. We're occupied by 3 European countries. First came the Portuguese. Then we thought we got rid of them. Then came the Dutch. Then we thought we got rid of them. Then came the British. Do you know how many cultures or how many tribes we wiped out? Do you know how they literally put a law? It was called the Vermin Law. If you spoke any language except English during that time, they would unalive you. Literally unalive you. So you were forced to speak English. First, when the Portuguese came, they were not that bad. Then the Dutch was like, you know what? This place looks nice. Let's kick out them. 3, that is why we speak English and we speak Dutch. That is why, because we were forced. There were several tribes that was literally, we've forgotten our culture. The Khoisan, the Griqua, the Zulu, the Xhosa, the Sotho, and all of that. Literally wiped out. So many tribes we don't even know up until now that we don't have because you decided to wipe us out. So the fact that you want to literally come here and say, oh, we came and you didn't come and help us. You came there to steal the land. Like Desmond Tutu said, his famous words, you brought Christianity, told us close our eyes, and then you stole the land. Every single thing you have done has been nothing for Africa. Nothing. People are still struggling. People are homeless. People are squatters while you live in your great big houses. So don't come and say that you stole. You didn't come there to literally to come and make our lives better. You came there to steal. That's what you did. Come and tell me that you came to fucking learn. You learned us shit. You learned us how to unalive us and take our culture. That's what you did. No shame. I swear it. And call us bush people. Your mother was a bush.
So there was a lot that was said there. I'm Swiss. I don't know what you're talking about. When did the Swiss people come to South Africa? When did the Swiss come and do all this? The Swiss are completely neutral. Like, I don't know what you are. I do something, but you need to understand something. The video that I'm referring to was an African woman talking about how she does not want to go back to living in the bush because she remembered how she used to have to take the clay pot and go and fetch water from the river and come back and wait for her mother to light the fire and wait for the fire to get hot to heat up the water before she can have a bath. And then when she came to a European country, then she's talking about how, wow, you just can get in the shower and it's hot instantly. The level of technology and everything. So I'm talking on a sense of this African woman that made the video. I'm trying to refer to that video, and I'm trying to tell you that this is what your African woman said in a video, that she did not want to go back to living like that, where we have to go get water from a river with a clay pot, and that she appreciates the European technologies that were brought to Africa. I mean, you know nothing about East Arab slave trade. Do you know about East Arab slave trade? Do you know that the word kafir, the word kafir actually means non-believer of Allah? It was given to blacks during East Arab slave trade.
Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Nobody speak. I want to show something, okay? Nobody speak. I want to show something. I've given you guys a chance to speak, right? I want to show something. This culture that he's talking about. Yes, I was laughing, by the way. This culture of civilization that he was talking about. Let's see it, okay? This impression. Hold on. Medieval people, and especially medieval peasants, were dirty and smelly. This impression is bolstered by examples of real medieval people who rarely washed, such as Queen Isabella of Castile. She supposedly boasted that she had bathed only twice in her life. A queen, mind you, okay, of Castile. She bragged about the fact that she only bathed 2 times in her whole life, okay? One on the day that she was born and on the day that she married Ferdinand of Aragon, okay? the civilization that he is talking. I'm not done. I'm not done, Nikki. I'm not done. I let you speak. So now I'm not gonna struggle to speak on my own live. It's on my own live. I will literally kick you if you continue interrupting me. The civilization that he's talking about is a civilization of people who were so dirty and smelly that every single thing they touched in the Americas died. Okay? When they went to the Americas, they didn't defeat the indigenous people because they were technologically advanced. How they did defeat the indigenous people was that about 80% of the indigenous population was unalived through diseases, right? The diseases that were brought over by the Europeans. So the Europeans were basically, because of how dirty they were, literally their queen is literally actively bragging about the fact that she didn't take a shower. Okay? So the Europeans, when they went over to the Americas, they were walking biological warfare. And this man is trying to tell me that a people who didn't even know how to bathe themselves somehow taught other people to be civilized, right? A people who, when we in Africa, I'm from East Africa, by the way, we in Africa had the Aksum Empire, we had Da'amet, we had land of Punt, there was ancient Egyptian civilizations, there was the great Zimbabwean Empire, there was the Songhai Empire, there were multiple empires, the Ashanti, all those different things, right? And while we were doing that, hold on, stay on mute, you guys were not taking showers because you thought that a shower, right, was a bad thing, that it spread the plague. And you're telling me that you taught Africans how to be civilized and educated. Truth seeker, where is the first university in the world?
In Africa, they eat albino.
I'm not done. Where's the first?
Eat albino body
Yeah, hold on. Yeah?
It's in Morocco. It's actually in Morocco. That's the first
exactly.
one.
Exactly.
In
so
North
the first,
Africa.
Exactly. The first university in the world and the oldest university in the world is in Africa. So you're telling me,
by Muslims.
One second. You're telling me that a continent that had the oldest university, a continent which, mind you, teaching in Islam. Why are you bringing up Islam? I'm confused.
Was the oldest school. It was built by Muslims. It was not.
Were they not Muslim Africans? I'm confused. Are they not Muslim Africans? I'm confused. Do you think that African Christians and Muslims didn't exist prior to Europeans? And I'm confused.
How were they Muslim?
Again, where was the first hijrah?
Well, where was
the first hijrah?
So you're telling me that it wasn't because
where was the first hijrah?
Muslim?
Where was the first? Oh my God! Where was the first hijrah? Where was the first hijrah to? Where did the first hijrah land? It landed in a place called Massawa, which is in Eritrea. So Islam literally was spreading in East Africa before the rest of the Arab world was Muslim. The same way with Christianity, by the way. Orthodox Christianity, specifically, also got introduced into East Africa before the rest of Europe was African. Before the rest of Europe was Christian, okay? So my point...
I'm asking you, have you read my screen? Because I've read your screen. I don't know why you're still holding it there.
What are you talking about? I'm confused. What does this have to do with the topic?
I don't know. You brought up something about hygiene and white people. So I'm bringing
you tried to say that you civilized us.
Black people.
You tried to say that...
So yeah, there's a white little boy, okay? He's albino. He's African, black, but he came out white, lack of melanin. But you know what? You guys eat their body parts.
What?
Wait, hold on.
Traditional healing.
Hold on.
Cannibalism literally started in
Europe.
Where did cannibalism
for their body parts.
Mikey,
hold on.
Where did cannibalism
Wait, hold on. I'm so sorry. Chat. Does anybody know, he's British, right? Does anybody know why there's a lack of mummies today? Anybody in the chat, do you know why there are less mummies today?
Because of cannibalism, that's why.
Yeah. Do you know, Miki? You don't want to go down this route because I have a little whole a list of sources on medicinal cannibalism in Europe. Do you know that during the Victorian era, Europeans actively used to take the mummies and they used to have soirees, the British specifically, where they literally ate human jerky, which was the mummies, which is precisely why there are less mummies today, because they believe that there were medicinal properties to consuming ground up bones, which doctors in Europe prescribed. And also, they believe that there was a medicinal purpose to consuming mummies, which is why there are less mummies today in Egypt, by the way, if anybody didn't know that. So, Mickey, you don't want to do this.
In the past, okay?
You don't want to do... No, Mickey. You do not want to do this,
Mickey.
Mickey.
Ourselves, but this is
You don't want to do... Mickey, you do not want to do this,
Africa,
Mickey.
They're still doing it today.
No, they don't. Stop with your lies. Listen.
I've got the news articles.
Do you want to see it? The funniest part.
Do you want me to play the news articles of children missing body parts? Because they're still doing it today.
Hello, Mikey.
Yeah,
I'm
Truth
talking.
Seeker, they're still doing it today.
Okay, yeah. Mikey, first of all, I don't know why you want to jump on the bandwagon. You keep on bringing up stuff like it's something
they're still
that
doing
is
it today.
Okay, yeah,
I've
sure.
got the news articles of just the other day.
Okay, news articles from where?
Yeah, in Africa.
In Africa, where? Your proof?
It's happening in Africa right now, today.
Your proof? I've asked you for your proof. Mikey, why are you chatting shit, bro? Like, no offense. You literally
you telling me...
First, you were talking about South African politics. Now we find out that you're not even fucking South African. You Zimbabwean,
let me pull it up.
fucking British. God knows how many Europeans you have
because
in you.
You for some reason
can't handle the truth. Why you talk about South African politics when you're not even South African,
bro? Handle the truth.
Why were you talking about South African politics when you're not even fucking South African? You know how annoying that is?
Why can you not handle the truth?
Talks about politics and you literally even a Zimbabwe, like you from Zimbabwe, bro, and then your parents was actually from Swiss, Britain. I don't know where the fuck they were from. And then you literally call us bush people, and now you're calling us cannibals as well. Is there anything else you want to bring up? And then basically in Morocco, because of the university, it had to do with Islam. Bro, what is wrong with
the latest case was Tanzania. Where a young...
Hi, hello, the host is trying to...
Hold on.
Hey,
I'm gonna do showtime on you, Faisal, because clearly this person is too uncivilized. Let me speak. Jeffrey Dahmer, Albert Fish, Gary Heidnick, Karl Denke, Joachim Kroll, Stephen Griffith, that one guy in Germany, what's his name? The guy who literally unalived and ate somebody for like a sexual kink. Mickey, you don't want to do this. Don't make me list down the number of names of white Europeans and white Americans who actively were serial unalivers and were eating people. Mickey, this whole thing started... Okay? This whole thing started because you came up here to justify white people in South Africa owning a majority of the farmland. Amin Maivis, thank you. Amin Maivis, that's his name. Look him up, by the way. This guy was a sick guy. He literally met up with a dude and literally told him that he wants to, eat him for sexual purposes because it was a kink, right? So in Germany, by the way, it's very recent. He's still in prison, the dude, in a place called Karlsruhe. Not Karlsruhe. So Mickey, you came up here from the get-go. You have been wrong at every point. And every point when you are debunked, you pivot to another point. You are a Swiss British man who had the audacity, the caucasity to say, our minds when you're talking about South African minds. Stop this. Stop this. But I do want to give Faisal a chance, by the way. Hold on. Let me encore you. I'm so sorry, Truth Seeker, 1 second, because Faisal hasn't been talking, and Faisal is also South African, so I will encore you, Truth Seeker. But yeah, okay.
How was I late to this? Hi, Kavi. My God, the audacity of the colonizer. Choki, I don't know what you woke up on today. I don't know, maybe you forgot to clean your nose, Choki. Choki, that doesn't do anything to prove you right or make you feel better, right? You think you're doing something, but you're showing how intellectually dishonest you are, right? You claim to be these innovators of technology and all of that, but you're quite literally showing how intellectually inept you are. You don't own anything. You can't claim something that was stolen. That doesn't make sense, Choki. Because it's weird, right? Because Kavi, if I come into your house and say your house is mine, and then I start talking about your things like they are my possessions, is that not insane? Is that not insanity?
100%.
Sometimes, just I can't finish that sentence. But sometimes, Kavi, you know what I'm saying.
100%.
I don't understand. Choki, you have no empirical proof to show your benefit in South Africa, right? Unaliving people is not a good thing. Colonization is not a good thing. You're a colonizer and you're misplaced. And it's weird. But anyways.
Exactly, Faisal.
Yeah. Interesting part is that they say we do cannibalism when they literally had a thing in Europe that they believe because some of the black people were so strong that they actually made banquets. You know, banquets? They made banquets of actual cooking black people. And then they used to say it's going to make them stronger. And the fact that he doesn't know about Timbuktu, the fact that he doesn't know about Zulu, Sutu, Tswana, Oza culture, Khoisan, Griqua, he knows nothing. Then he wants to come and tell us that we were backward. You know, it's so funny. We're so backward that most of the herbal medicines and stuff that you did, you guys are trying to study from us now. Now you tell me you are so forward, yeah? That now herbal medicine is something that you guys are trying to look into. So tell me, who's backward? You coming something that we've done thousands and thousands of years ago, or something now? Y'all came there thinking y'all was superior. Y'all didn't even shower. If you know about South African, Zulu, Sutu, Tswana, Xhosa, Griqua, we showered, bro. It was in our culture to shower. So the fact that you want to come up here, does anyone know where the name bouquet came from? It was literally given on wedding nights so that the groom could smell flowers instead of, a vile smell. That is where the word bouquet comes from. They used to give 100 flowers. So on the night of the wedding night, the honeymoon, the smell wasn't that bad. It was to make it more romantic. So it didn't smell like, someone didn't wash for fucking a month or 2 months. So the fact that they want to come and say that we were backward, we didn't know, yet you came to us. I want to make this clear. You came to us. We didn't come to you. And then they want to call us backward.
So, what did I steal, Katie? What did I steal? Because I came here in 98.
I thought you were 30.
And?
If you were born in 98, that's 28, not 30.
I never said I was born. I said I came here
I thought you said you were born in Zimbabwe.
Yes, I was born in Zimbabwe. Oh my God.
So you were born in Zimbabwe but came to Africa in 98? I'm confused.
Oh my God.
No, and the math is not mathing. You were born in Zimbabwe, but you came in 98 and you're 30. How is that true?
What do you mean?
You would have to be either born in 95 or 96 to be 30 now.
And then immigrate over to South Africa. What are you talking about?
So then you were born in Zimbabwe and then you went back to Europe and then came back again.
When did I ever go back to Europe? What are you talking about?
Again, if you were born in 96, in Africa. How are you coming back to Africa in 98? I'm confused.
I was born in Zimbabwe.
And then what happened after?
I went down to South Africa.
So you went down to Africa in 98?
Yes, in 98.
Okay, that makes sense. Continue.
I literally said that is exactly what I said. So how did I say anything different?
No, because I thought you said I came to Africa in 98. That's why.
No, I came to South Africa in 98. Why do you think I just got you in a gotcha moment? No,
it was a bit confusing because you were not making sense. First of all, you don't have to raise your voice at me. You don't have to raise your voice at me.
You wasted all my time arguing with me about that when I said that I came here to South Africa in 98. So you wasted all my time for that.
I'll give you more time. It's okay. You can talk. Everybody else stays on mute. You can talk now.
So I want to know, because this Katie woman from Canada.
Can you talk to the panel, by the way? Not to, like, Katie's not on the panel. Just talk to the panelists. You don't have to talk to the chat.
So how am I guilty for anything apartheid related? Or
it doesn't even matter about apartheid.
So
you literally just
wait, hold on.
Hold on.
One mic. Wait, 1 second. Let Mickey talk, and then I'll let you guys respond. Continue.
Zimbabwe is in Africa. I said South Africa. What are you talking about? Glohan, whatever.
Again, can you not pay attention to the chat? Pay attention
to ignore the idiots in the room there, because
they're not idiots. I'm just saying, pay attention to the panel. Again, just say what you wanted to say so that Faisal and then Truth can respond.
I am very angry because I came in 98 and I constantly get told I am guilty for apartheid. How am I guilty for apartheid? How am I guilty for anything? How am I a colonizer? I came in 98. How am I guilty for colonization? I mean, does this logic elude all of you? That I am not guilty for colonization, I'm not guilty for apartheid, but yet I still get blamed for it all. Yes, I'm going to be irate. I'm going to be irate because that is what us innocent white people have to go through all the time. We get blamed for colonization and apartheid. I'm not even. I never had a.
Wait, hold on. Nobody is blaming white people, by the way. There are a lot of white people who listen to me who actively deconstruct like racism and who actively also try to work against colonization.
Yeah, and yet I get.
And you see in the chat, you see all the white people in the chat who are saying that because they're not sitting here.
I see here. Someone black is saying, "Keep crying, white pig."
Oh, again. 1 second. 1 second. Nobody is blaming white people. Nobody is saying white people are evil. I didn't say that, right? You see in the chat the amount of white people who are actively here who want to. 1 second. Who actively. Can I speak on my own live?
Oh, you're not going to say anything about the racism?
Do I have to struggle to like scream over a guest?
I'm asking you, are you going to say anything about the racism?
What racism?
Right here, oink oink, and a little pig. So, you know.
I'm confused. Were you not justifying colonization and called Africans bush people? Do you think me as an African woman who just got called bush people by you?
When I reference
again, let me finish. Let me finish what I'm trying to say.
Tag you in the video. I'll tag you in the video. You want to be tagged in the video.
The audacity of not wanting to even let me finish on my own live. Okay. Anybody who is Scottish, who is Irish, who is Welsh, English people coming to your country and owning a majority of your country. Anybody who is Hawaiian or who is Puerto Rican, would you be okay with any foreigner coming to your country and owning a majority of your country? Would anybody here be okay with a foreign person who has no ties to your land coming to your own country and owning a majority of your country? Let's even take away African people from this. European people are complaining about this. You see Scottish people, Irish people and Welsh people still complaining about the fact that they don't have full ownership of their land. You see Europeans fighting over this as well from other Europeans. So I'm confused. If the Brits are literally crying and crashing out about people simply existing in their country, what makes you think that Africa should be fucking okay with foreigners owning a majority of our land? The fuck is wrong with you? Literally, nobody in this world would be okay and fine with foreigners who have no links to their land owning a majority of their land. I can definitively tell you this. Regardless of what country they come from, regardless of what continent they come from, nobody in this world would be okay with rando foreigners owning a majority of their land. And if I know nobody would be okay with that, why should Africans be okay with foreigners coming to our lands and owning a majority of our lands and a majority of our resources while we are being genocided, while we are being exploited, and we are laboring for it as well? I am confused.
And not only that, I think Mikey kind of has a very short memory span. He was literally saying that Groenewald, we should literally be letting an Afrikaner to literally be our politician to lead us. That's literally why I started to butt heads with you, is because you were talking about Groenewald, and I said to you, Groenewald is a piece of shit because he's not looking for equality. He's literally saying he's going to put Afrikaners first. And then I asked you, how will that affect you? Because you were going all Mr. W. Groenewald. And then when I asked you, all of a sudden, no, I'm packing my bags and I'm leaving. Like, I don't know, bro. You went from packing your bags, leaving to fucking Switzerland, Britain, Zimbabwe, 98, where you came from. Like, I don't understand, bro. The fact that you want an Afrikaner to come and rule us again after they fucking invaded, took what they wanted, and they still fucking owning us on paper as we speak right now. You're literally saying that we should literally vote in an Afrikaner again. When he's literally telling us in black and white, I am going to bring equality, but my Afrikaner people come first. Make that make sense to me. Like the audacity you have to sit up here and you're not even fucking South African, and then you go and say, you know what? Groenewald, and the people said, yeah, because Groenewald is a scumbag. He's a scumbag that is seeing that the people are literally desperate of what's happening in South Africa. So he's saying equality, and then in small print, just like when y'all came into our country, yeah? When they came in and they said, we are coming only to trade, and then they came and stole the land and the resources.
So, like, you said a slur in front of everybody, right? You tried to justify it by going, oh no, but that's what it means over there. No, but you grew up here, right? According to your words, you grew up here. So you know it is a slur. And there is no justification for it. And you want to tell me that you're not a racist? And you want me to say, oh no, here's an innocent white man. Oh no, look at this white man. He's fine. Excuse you?
Wait, which slur did he use?
You can't... The K word.
Oh.
He said it like right before I came up. I just forgot to mention it when I spoke. He said it, right? And Arabic people didn't get this far down. Your people took it from them and used it on us, your fellow people. Like it doesn't, like, there's nothing you can use to justify anything that you say. You're racist.
The K word, by the way, is very different than, like, in Islam, the kafir word. The kafir word in Islam just means non-believer, whereas in the African context, isn't that akin to the N word, Faisal, if I'm not mistaken? Okay.
Yes. That's not, like to the point of, we don't even, like, but like this, we don't even use it, right? We don't try and make, like, nothing like that. So for you to say that up here so nonchalantly means that you say it on your day-to-day basis. And you think it's cool. and you think you're justified in saying it because you're going to try and use its use in a different.
Well, if you actually go listen to the imam, because they say it all the time, I will tag you. Just for that, I will tag you, and I will put you on that video where they literally talk about you. They literally talk about black people and how to treat black people, make them walk on the other side of the road, and how they must ride the donkey with both legs on one side.
Okay, I just dropped him. I don't even want to bother entertaining any religious debates because this isn't about religion. This is specifically about racism, right? So I don't want any religious debates, and this is something that I'm very, very clear on. I don't want any disrespect of Eastern Christianity or Muslim Islam or whatever it is. So yeah, that's not the type of I want to have conversations I want to have. I don't want people who follow me to think that so that's why I didn't want to entertain that. But what was I saying?
They call you Bushman. That's after the Koyan San. And if you're black, they call you the K word. And it's way different than in Islam. He's talking bull crap. The word kwar is not the same as the other say because it's vile. So the fact that he wants to come and blame Islam, the word, the Kaffer, is not the same as Kufir, which is non-believer. So I just want, or idol worshipper. That is different. The people that brought in the word that we have right now, it was the Dutch. The Dutch came, the Dutch that brought it up. So I don't know where he's coming up with this. He's being vile. So the Dutch basically made the word Kaffer and they made the word Bushman. Both of those are slurs they use for two types of people. You were either a Bushman because you are brown, or you were Kaffer because you are black. Those are the two terms that they used. And then white people didn't have a name.
Thank you for explaining that, Truth. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming up and giving us all a necessary South African perspective as well. I will drop you back down to the comments, but I appreciate you as always, sister, for coming up. Faisal, is there any last thing that you wanted to say?
I honestly don't know how I missed this. Someone should have told me this was happening because what the fuck was going on?
I think there's another South African in the request, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, if there's needed, I might bring you up.
Hey, I'm gonna go back to scrolling. Thank you for having me up. And then if something happens, just multiple people, you'll send me the live. Cool, great, thank you.
Yeah, do send it to Faisal, by the way. Yeah. Okay, thank you for coming up, Faisal. I appreciate you. Before I go to the next guest, by the way, he said the Swiss were neutral. A little educational part about that as well. Switzerland was never actually neutral when it came to Africa. Swiss merchants, especially from Zurich, from Geneva, from Bern, from Neuchâtel, they actively finance and engage in the transatlantic slave trade as well. I think if in total, they contributed to the enslavement of over 170,000 Africans, which was about 2% of all European transported captives, the Swiss alone. Swiss soldiers also actively were mercenaries in European colonial forces. So, for example, when the French were invading Algeria, when they were invading Morocco, different European operations in Egypt and in South Africa, and even Leopold, the Belgian, in Congo, he actually did use Swiss mercenaries, and all those people used Swiss mercenaries as well. Also, look into the Basel Trading Company. The Basel Trading Company was a Swiss company that actively worked in the British Gold Coast, which is now present-day Ghana, and it actively specialized in cocoa beans, and actively use exploited labor as well. And then you also have the Geneva Company in French Algeria, which also was very exploitative. So the Swiss were not completely innocent when it comes to colonization. They did actively participate in it. Right? And anybody who says otherwise does not know what they're talking about. Let's go to the next people. I'm gonna let people up. I just want you to know this is not personal. This is not an attack. I'm specifically talking about the system of racism. Okay? So I don't want people crashing out on my panel telling me they're a good person. I don't care about good or bad people. This is not what my point is. My point is that people are being implicated in the system of racism that is leading to the death of other people and exploitation as well. Which means good people can engage in racism, bad people can engage in racism. Because racism is literally an action that people can engage in, right? That's what we're talking about. This is not about saying these people are bad or these people are good or whatever it is. Okay? Do you call out Arabs as well? I host so many lives talking about the kafala system. What are you talking about? I do, actually. I do host a lot of lives talking about the slave trade in Libya. What are you talking about? I do talk about call out lives talking about the slave trades in North African countries. So if you disagree with the prompt, then please do request. If you agree with the prompt, then stay out of the box, please. Because I'm only looking for people who disagree. So if you agree, it's like a competition. Always, yeah, literally. Literally. Yeah. It is a competition, right? It's so funny. If you disagree, then request. If you disagree, then come up. Yes, Katie, do you disagree with the prompt?
I was actually just more curious. Like, what do you mean by you're inherently racist if you're white?
It's like conditioning. It's a habit of whiteness. So when I'm talking about whiteness, like, you have to understand that whiteness is not biological. It's not genetic. It's a socially constructed legal categorization that determines your position within the hierarchy. And whiteness is always at the top of the racial hierarchy. And it only stays at the top of the racial hierarchy if it continues oppressing other people. So,
okay.
Racism, you cannot uphold whiteness without upholding racism. And white people are born into this system where they're conditioned to uphold whiteness. And in doing that, they're upholding racism as well.
Okay, gotcha. So I am unfortunately white.
I don't have to say unfortunately, but yeah.
I hate that part of like my history and everything. And I work really hard to try and make sure that everybody is equal. And I have been working with Indigenous people in my community to get their lands back and everything. We've managed to get quite a bit back around my university, actually, which is really awesome. So I guess I'm just wondering, like I'm white. Does that mean that like I'm inherently racist then?
I think like you have to understand that, like, how do I say this? Do you think by virtue of you existing within the West, do you cause harm to the global South?
I mean, I don't think I do. I do my best to not stand by the white supremacy and stuff. Like I'm learning more every single day. And
whether you stand by it or not, that's not the point, right? Because these types of systems, they don't care about intention, right? Like, my point is, by virtue of you existing within the West, through your taxes, through your consumption, of, let's say, for example, the fact that you're using a phone, both you and I, we're both using phones that were created from resources that were mined by Congolese children, right? So do you think that by virtue of us existing within the West, that we are causing harm to the global South?
I mean, I guess absolutely. We are definitely causing harm. But I think it's also about positionality here as well, right? Like, I don't agree with it, but it's really hard to avoid now.
Exactly. That's my point. Whether you agree with it or not, the point is that you are being implicated into this system because that's how the system is built. The same way, both you and I, we live in the West. I don't agree with the exploitation of the global South. My family comes from the global South. But even though I don't agree with it, I still contribute to that harm. whether it is through the taxes that I pay, whether it is through the products that I consume. You know what I mean? Whether it is through the fact that I have passport privilege, and that passport privilege was won by directly exploiting the global south. So that's how whiteness is, right? That whiteness also, as a system, implicates all white people into, by virtue of them existing within this system, that they cause harm directly to other people. Whether you intend to, and that's what makes racism sinister, by the way. That's why racism is very sinister, in that it can still cause harm, even if you don't intend to cause harm, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, I've been kind of learning a little bit about that in my classes as well. Things that I do every day have caused harm to Indigenous peoples of Canada and everything. And so I guess I was just more curious. It was less of a debate thing. It was more on what your position was on this.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, let's go to the next person. Okay, the Awake and Woke. Okay, the Awake and Woke. Do you disagree with the prompt?
Of course I disagree.
Why?
Because essentially it's not true. It's, I mean, I heard you talking about, you know, how the white man is also exploiting the Congolese for creating mobile phones, which you use, but obviously, and that you actually said something that, you know, you actually also tried to make it look like it was a social construct or something like that.
What was a social construct?
I don't know, being white or whiteness.
Race in general is a social construct. Yes, it's not biological.
Okay, I can agree with that. But then don't you think that while you are actually looking at white people as all inherently racist, it doesn't make you racist as well towards white people?
No, I'm talking about whiteness.
Yeah, okay, whiteness. I mean, you look at whiteness as something that kind of threatens your existence or your skin color.
It is a direct threat to our existence as black people.
What today? Actually, where do you live, by the way?
I'm just, you don't need to know where I live, but I'm just saying whiteness is a direct threat to everybody.
No, because you've just been indoctrinated to believe that. You just been. No,
I don't.
Probably indoctrinated to believe that everything that happens to you, everything negative or bad that happens to you, is because of white people.
No, not really. Where did whiteness emerge from? Where did whiteness emerge from?
What do you mean? Where did whiteness emerge from?
You believe it's a social construct. Where did it?
No, you said it was a social contract.
Wait, do you think whiteness is biological?
Of course. I mean, you're born white.
So
you're
why
born
wasn't
white.
Alexander the Great going around claiming that he was white?
Because he was probably white, because he belonged to the white race.
No, but he didn't go around claiming he was white. How come the Romans and the Greeks, they never claimed to be white? How come the Vikings were not going around saying that they were white? I'm confused. At what point in time did Europeans start claiming white?
When they established Europe.
No. What are you talking about? No.
Okay, they've established Europe, okay? We can agree that...
At what point did whiteness and race emerge?
At one point, did whiteness and race emerged when people started looking at them as, look at it as people who are above them, and
when was that?
From the first day that there was slavery, from the first day that there were
that's not true.
And that you had actually, lower, lower classes, probably.
That's not true. So are you saying the Vikings, when they were enslaving the Slavic people, they were enslaving them because they were white?
They were enslaving them because they could profit from their services.
So they didn't enslave them because they were white. Okay,
Sorry?
So they didn't go around enslaving them because they were white.
No, because they saw them as lesser than them. Probably.
Okay, so then at what point did races emerge? You are not answering that question. When did people start categorizing themselves as white, as black, these racial categories? When did they emerge?
When, yeah, okay. Well, I can agree that there were some professors and doctors who were starting to make these distinctions based on science,
But
based
where?
on
When?
physical ability. I don't
When?
know, all through history. It's not a matter of
No,
when.
it's not
a
all
matter
through
of
history. When did these races
I
emerge?
can't give you the exact date. All I know is
1400s. Need to be reading in this point is the Chronicles of the Discovery of Guinea, that was written by not Johann Blumenbach, sorry, by Gomez Ince de Zurara.
Okay.
And that was commissioned by Prince Henry of Portugal. Okay. The reason as to why he commissioned this, by the way, was to justify the expansion of the Portuguese Empire and also to justify the transatlantic slave trade. So this guy created a quote unquote African race that was associated with blackness and a European race, mind you. And then he determined that the African race was inferior to the European race and was deserving of being civilized through the introduction of Christianity and also through slavery. So he believed that you would need to enslave Africans in order to civilize them. And then the Portuguese used race within itself. Hold on 1 second. I'll let you respond. Race within itself was literally created to oppress people. That was the whole function of race. When we look at people like Gomez de Zurara, when we look at people like François Bernier, who wrote whole books about how white people were the norm, that they were the default, that everybody else was like the side character or like a default, like a mutation of whiteness. When we look at Immanuel Kant and what he thought about black people and everybody who was not white, when we look at François Bernier, who I mentioned him, Johann Blumenbach, Carlinius, when we look at social Darwinists and how they thought that black people were the missing link between ape and man, all of these racial theorists, quote unquote pseudoscientists, continued creating race to justify enslaving and colonizing people.
I truly, I'm saying this honestly, I truly appreciate and even admire your historical knowledge. And I'm not saying this condescendingly. I actually mean it. And I believe that you probably know a lot and you read a lot. You're very well read. But I want to, the statement, if you're right, you're inherently racist. So when you say that all whites are racist, because this is what you're saying, right? Inherently racist. So you mean that every white person is racist by default. So they're racist even if they are not intending to be racist, and they're always going to be racist. I mean, what's behind this kind of statement?
Whiteness is inherently racist, right?
I don't agree. I don't. But okay, based on what you know and what you just said, which obviously goes back to how people were creating race theories and all that. And yes, but I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree that.
So white is not genetic, though. Race is not genetic. It's a bullshit concept that is arbitrarily made to socially constructed to justify exploitation. There is no white gene. There is no black gene. Okay. It's not genetic. What happens is you live within a society that randomly decides to classify your phenotypical characteristics and decide to call you white or black or colored.
Yeah, well, actually, when you say, okay, it's like you're denying facts and you're denying science.
Why do I deny facts?
You're denying because there are black people, there are white people, there are people who come from, there are Asian people, Kenyans, Zairians are probably, they have the same skin color, but even them are different. Chinese and Koreans are also different, even though they come from the same, let's say gene pool. So you cannot say that this is a construct, it's like, it's facts. We are born, and all these people, being like,
so you're saying they look the same? That's why it's facts, genetic?
No, don't try and race bait me, okay?
I'm saying
even though they they don't look the same, because I can actually differentiate between a Vietnamese person and a Chinese person. I can do that myself, okay?
So then what determines a person's race?
What determines, first of all, skin color, okay? genetics. What else? Color of their eyes, the white, the width of their skull, their noses, their toes. A lot of things determine someone's race. To believe that we are all the same is absurd, because we're not all the same. If we were
So what
all
are the
same,
similarities between a Chinese person and an Indian person?
there is no similarities between
But they're
the
both
Chinese.
Asian.
No.
They are.
This is no.
They're both racially categorized as
Racial.
Asian.
Yeah, I know, but when I say Asian, I mean a Chinese person. I don't mean an Indian
I don't care
person.
what you mean personally. I'm saying the racial categorization of Asian, whether in
Yeah,
the
I
European,
know. Only because of political correctness.
wait one second, whether it is in the European context, in the American context, wherever you go, an Indian person and a Chinese person are categorized both as Asian, even though genetically they're very diverse. And phenotypically, they're also very diverse. So clearly, race is not necessarily determined only by phenotype and genetics, because again, there's nothing genetic about race. So how is it in this
There
case?
is nothing genetic about race.
No, there is nothing
Okay,
genetic
so
about
why
race.
am I why am I white and someone else isn't white?
Environmental factors, because of the environment
Environmental
that you live in.
factors,
With
which like what?
But again, you will notice that genetic diversity between, let's say, East Africans and West Africans. East Africans and West Africans are genetically very, very diverse from one another, whether it is with regards to how the skull shape is, the nose shape, the features, the body shape, the length of the weapons, the muscle fibers as well, and yet both of them are categorized as black.
Okay. A lot of people here are calling me a racist, which I don't even care. I don't even,
You are
I mean,
racist.
it's like it shatters their kind of belief that, but it's fine. As long as you let me continue, I'm going to just say something like, okay, I'm going to ask you again. Don't you think you are racist?
No. First of all, the reason as to why people are calling you racist is because you brought up phrenology, which scientifically, phrenology, by the way, is a debunked a debunked scientific field. No, generally there is no scientific consensus that claims that phrenology is actually real. Your cranium size, your skull size does not determine what your race is anymore,
So
right?
all that,
So
all
wait,
that.
hold on. I'm not done. I want to respond. You asked me a question, right? I want to respond. Right? So as I'm saying, the fact that you sat here, you said that race is biological, even though the Human Genome Project already conducted like an extensive study on this back in 2003 and came to the conclusion that there is no genetic or scientific basis to race, that we as humans are to like 99.9% identical, right? And very surface level. Oh, so sorry, Erica. My bad. But I was just gonna say this guy brought up eugenics and phrenology, but you can take over.
You're doing a great job as always. I just wanted to ask him one question, if I may. What is the gene marker that denotes race? If it's biological, what's the gene marker?
You can unmute. Hold on, let me send you an invite to unmute.
I mean, what's the sort of circumvention around it? It's like asking, oh, men can get pregnant? No, they can get pregnant. And race is gender is a social contrast. No, it's not. You're either a male or a female. You're either black or white.
Female, sex and like your sex
I
being a
don't
male or
want
a
to go
female.
into.
No. I'm not going to go into that, Kobe. I promise you, I'm not. I wouldn't let him do that type of violence. We're
That
not
type
gonna do
of
it.
violence. Oh, it's violence.
Are you
Here
just
we are
here
with
to
violence.
be an antagonist, or are you actually here to have an actual conversation? Like, calm down.
You cannot have an actual conversation when people start calling you names.
That's crazy. Listen, have an actual conversation and just calm down. You have made the claim that race is biological. I am simply asking you to provide the gene marker that denotes race. Right? If this is your belief and you truly believe this and is rooted in science, then by all means, sir, all right, take the bottle out of your mouth and just simply answer the question. That's all you have to do.
I don't know. If he knows how to unmute.
That's all I wanted to ask him, Colby. He's not going to be able to tell you the answer to it, but I'm going to go ahead and drop.
No, you can answer. You can have this back and forth if you want.
And and you're just race baiting as well. You're just trying to circumvent the whole thing.
Can you
and
answer the question, please?
And I listen. As I said, my answer is I don't go by the same policies and
Where are you from, by the way?
that you have been indoctrinated.
Can you? We don't care. Can you answer the question? What is the gene marker that determines your race? You brought up genetics. So what is it?
Yes.
Answer her question.
I'm a white person.
Okay.
Yeah, and when I say that I have, when I say that I'm, when I say my race, then people said, I don't want to. People, immediately jump into conclusions. So there's no point. But I've seen. I urge you.
Can you answer her question, please? What is the gene marker that determines your race? She literally. Can you re-ask the question?
A gene marker that determines my race. Okay, I have a white skin color. What more do you want me to answer?
A Korean person has white skin color, and yet they're determined as they're Asian, and you're not Asian.
Yes, but their hair is different from mine.
What's a gene marker? Can you please address that?
I don't know what a gene marker is. So if you're trying
to, how do you make the claim that race is biological?
Because I'm not
can't even substantiate it.
Because I wasn't indoctrinated.
But you can't substantiate your claim though, because race is in fact not biological. It is a social construct.
No, because you think that male and female is also a social construct.
That has nothing. I don't think that male and female are social constructs. I think that those are biological sexes determined by our chromosomes. So there's that. So that's what male and female is. Did you mean woman and man? If so, then yes, I do believe that those are social constructs. But with that being said, with that being said, okay, you can't substantiate your claim. You simply came up here to be aggressive towards a black woman for no reason whatsoever.
Oh, so now you're trying to, you see, you're the race baiters, because first of all, you have a racist banner here, which says, if you're white, you're inherently racist, which is racist.
You know what that means?
Yeah, can you not pivot? Can you please just engage with her one-on-one? Like this is not for you to sit here and moral grandstand.
No, this but is exactly not what you're doing.
Hold on. This isn't 4chan for you to come here and write your essay and dissertation about how you just hate the woke left, okay? This isn't like a TED Talk. This isn't a PragerU episode. This isn't like a Ben Shabibo episode, okay? There are 370 people here listening to you. If you want to engage in a conversation, you can engage in a one-on-one with Erica, okay?
Okay, I'm engaging, but as I said, she's asking me questions, based on some kind of a biological or scientific or social critical theory anecdote, which
it's not an anecdote, sir.
Which I don't know how to answer to.
If you made the claim that race is biological, Covey actually asked you, I believe it was 2 or 3 times, was it biological? And each time you confirmed that it is in fact biological. All I'm asking you to do is to provide validity to your claim. That's all that I'm asking you to do. All right. And thus far, you have not been able to substantiate it. All that you've been able to do, all right, is try to steamroll the host, pivot, deflect, all right, and just be, for lack of a better word, abandoned.
Fair enough.
Okay, so
I know you want me to give you facts based on studies which I don't have. Okay,
and you're never going to, and it's not biological. But what we can prove, all right, is that it is in fact a social construct. We can do that. We can talk about Gomez de Sarara. All right, we can talk about the papal bulls from the Catholic Church. We can talk about all of these things. We can talk about the Virginia slave codes. We can talk about so much. Johannes, and I never pronounced his last name correctly, but we can talk about him and how he kind of solidified race as a social construct, as a hierarchical system. It's like we can talk about all of this. We can talk about how race still functions in society today, and a byproduct of race is racism.
People.
But I'm still talking, sir. Please allow me to finish. Okay. So I think where we should go from here, all right, is we should go to, if you have an understanding of what the word inherently means.
Yes, I do.
Okay, what does it mean?
It means that this is something which is kind of inseparable from someone's character, someone's form of beliefs and all that. That's inherent, or someone who is prone to be very, I don't know, happy all the time or being a bit depressed. It's inherently in them to be that. And I don't agree at all that all white people are inherently racist, because they're not. And I know for myself, I am not racist. Okay, and some people might just go, "Oh yeah, but you are because I shuttled their contract, and all this," and they might, but
Wait, you just brought up skull measurements like 2 minutes ago.
skull measurements. Why is it
because that is a debunked scientific. That's a debunked
No, it's not a
pseudoscientific
debunk.
field.
It's only okay.
Are you telling me that the general consensus is that phrenology is real?
Okay, what about
I'm saying the
the Homo
scientific. Wait,
sapiens?
hold on 1 second.
What about
because-
Homo sapiens?
Hold on 1 second. We're not talking about different human species. Do you think that race are different human? Do you think a black person and a white person are different species? Are you okay? Are you okay? You understand that we're the same species, right?
Kobe, I'm gonna drop love. I wanted him to. I wanted to see if he could answer that question. He couldn't. But even so, inherently, he still got that wrong because he went right back to biology. So my God, have fun, Kobe.
Thank you. I appreciate you. By the way, the only reason I'm having a one-on-one, by the way, is because I usually just have a one-on-one and I only let my mods up if they want to ask something. By the way, so please.
And I'll do a quick mod announcement. Hopefully, he doesn't run. Hey guys, it's 378 people in here. We're only at 151,000 likes. I think we need to get Kobe up to 300,000. So let's tap the screen, y'all. Let's tap it. Also, continue to share and repost a lot, but don't spam share it. We want to do everything within reason. And let's go ahead and knock out her gift goals. I see she has a few different things we're working on there. Let's do all of the good things, guys. All of the good things for Kobe. And if you're not following her, I just want you to make better decisions with your life. Okay. With that being said, thank you all so very much for having me. I appreciate you as always, Athena. And you guys just be great. Be better than the Awakening here, or whatever he's called. I don't know. Bye.
Thank you, babes. Bye, Erica. Thank you. W Erica in the chat, by the way. And this guest is probably called the Great Sleepening or whatever it is, because he definitely is not awake, right? But yeah, no. So you brought up phrenology, and then you brought up like different species. We're not different species. You know that, right? Like Asians, white people, indigenous people, we're not like different species. So I don't know why you're bringing up like different species to do that. Can you unmute?
We are.
Oh, sorry, I muted you. I didn't mean to mute you. I'm so sorry.
No,
I wanted to actually send you an invite.
I said we are the human race, okay, and
species.
we have species. All right, okay, and but we have different skin colors. We have different physiology. I don't want to, and this has been proven in sports. This has been proven in other.
What's proven in sports?
That you look at the most 100-meter runners who win the Olympics. They're mostly blacks.
First of all, black people, but is that environmental factor or is that racial factor?
I think it's both.
No, it's environmental. Because when we look at the long distance runners, for example, they are specifically concentrated in East Africa. East Africans are concentrated when it comes to long distance runners, and that's because of the high altitude upbringing, which kind of gives an Arabic advantage. Also, there's
an Arabic advantage, you said?
Aerobic.
Oh, aerobic. Okay. Yes,
advantage.
Okay.
And when it comes to the 100-meter sprinters that you're talking about, I haven't seen an East African excel in 100 meters sprints. What I have seen is West Africans, specifically, hold on. West Africans are the ones specifically, especially people of Nigerian descent, are the ones who excel because of the higher proportion of fast twitch muscle fibers that they do have. And also the 100-meter sprinters that you're talking about usually do come from lower altitude regions that does actively focus on explosive speed, right? So the running that you're talking about, right,
Yeah.
is not due to race. It is due to the environmental factor, whether people live in higher altitude and lower altitude, how they walk, the food that they eat, their ancestry as well. It's not about race. It's about environment.
Okay. That the environment. Okay, fine. So, how do you know that when you say that, that's not being racist? Like, because why? Because
It's not being racist because the environment is going to impact how you are built. The environment is going to impact the amount of melanin that you have in your skin. It's going to impact how your nose is shaped. It's going to impact how your body is built. It's going to impact your muscle twitch fibers. The environment has a lot of impact. For example, if a person lives in an environment that is endemic with malaria, their body your body is going to adapt to the
black, but what do you call a person with brown skin? A white person?
again.
So you're saying that we should all. So if you had to pick one race that everybody would, or one kind of looked at or referred to as, so which skin color would it be? If you had now
Again, I don't have a preference for skin color. That's not what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is that race within itself. No. Race within itself is a bullshit concept. Race within itself is not real. Racism as a system, racism as a system was built on this bullshit social construct that was created by a bunch of Europeans to justify exploiting us. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, again, if we put history aside and all the bad things,
you can't put history aside when it comes to race.
Yeah, because you want to still, sorry, not maybe not you personally, but all the people who are, all the Black Lives Matters and all that, it's like God. preserving this kind of feeling that you're always like, if guilt-ridden Karens as well, like, oh, how can you actually say there's no racism and all that? Because they they just want to preserve that notion that black people are always oppressed and there's always somebody.
But you don't think that systemic racism exists today?
I don't think systemic racism exists. I actually think
what is systemic racism?
Systemic is what you're talking about. Okay, so there used to be Jim Crow laws.
No, I'm not talking about Jim Crow. Again, I'm talking on a global scale. No, hold on. On a global, can you define what? I didn't ask you for examples. Yes. Can you define systemic racism?
Systemic racism is another concept made by the leftist woke.
Oh my God, that's not what I asked. I asked, can you define what systemic racism? No, you're telling me who created it. I don't care about that. No, you're telling me who created it. I don't care about that. I'm asking you, what is systemic racism?
Systemic racism is something that lives in people's heads when they can't get along in life.
Again, in order for you to determine if systemic...
Sorry, I'm just reading the comments.
Are you okay?
No, I'm just reading the comments here.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so the fact that you brought up Jim Crow just goes to show that you don't... Okay. If you want to have a conversation with me... I'm listening. If you want to have a conversation with me, we can have that conversation. But if you're just trying to troll, then I'll just drop you at this point. I'm not going to sit here.
I'm just looking at the
cool.
comments.
Then stop being weird. Stop being weird because you're being really weird right now. Okay, cool.
I'm listening. All right.
Okay. So the fact that you brought up Jim Crow just goes to show you don't understand what systemic racism is, because Jim Crow was an example of systematic racism and not systemic racism. Now, can you please define what systemic racism is?
Yes, I already said. And
no, you didn't. You said who created it. That's not what you said.
I'll tell you what systemic racism is. That's another concept that was developed by white people who feel very guilty about.
Again, you're telling me who created it. I don't care. I'm telling you, what is it?
Okay,
you're telling me who did it. I don't care about who did it. I'm asking you again.
You don't care about. Okay.
No. I want to see if you understand what systemic racism is. And I'm asking you, don't give me an example of systematic racism. Don't give me who created it. I'm telling you, what is it? Do you know do you know what it is?
Okay, educate me then. Tell me what's systemic.
No, can you tell me what systemic, because you're sitting here.
Apparently,
you're literally sitting here. Hold on.
I think it's an invention. I think it's an invention, and you're telling me that I don't know what it is. So
what
tell me
is it, though? What is it? You know what's an invention?
Tell me.
The theory of gravity. That also. What else is an invention? Phones are inventions. What invention are you talking about? Are you talking about the computer? Are you talking about the car? What invention are you talking about?
So we agree on it. So we agree that
again, what is
racism
no, it's not an invention.
Systemic racism.
Hold on. Okay, it's not an invention. I'm asking you a very specific question, which is, what is the definition of systemic racism? What is it? Because if you're sitting here telling me that systemic racism doesn't exist, that must mean that you have prior knowledge of what systemic racism is. And if you know what systemic racism is, and based upon that knowledge, you're determining it doesn't exist, I'm asking you, what is systemic racism?
Again, systemic racism doesn't exist.
I didn't ask you if you think it exists or not.
But that's my
I'm asking you again. No, hold on.
So tell me.
My God. If you're determining it doesn't exist or not, you must know what it means. Therefore, define systemic racism.
Okay.
By the way, thank you everybody for the gifters. I appreciate you so much. Mwah. Love you guys. You finished my gift goal, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Appreciate you guys so very much. If you like what you're watching, then please do subscribe. If you want to continue supporting me, you can also like the live, share the live, get it to 200K. Follow me too if you want more lives. I know I've been taking a longer break since November for certain personal reasons, but I will be going live more regularly. I'll try to go live on a daily basis as well. So if you enjoy the show, and if you want to continue coming back, then please do like the live, share the live, and also follow me, and also subscribe to the thingy and follow me. And if you want to support me as well, you can go to my Linktree and support me. My PayPal is there. But also, what I wanted to say is there are so many beautiful initiatives in my Linktree as well. Because you guys know that I host a lot of lives to raise awareness about the genocides that are happening currently. So if you want to help people who are experiencing genocides in Sudan or also in Congo, there are so many initiatives in the Linktree in my bio that specifically help people. The initiatives that I want to highlight, by the way, are number one, the Future of Congo and the Focus Congo. These initiatives actively work on the ground. They're run by Congolese people. And then when it comes to the Sudanese initiatives, you have Darfur IDP, you have Besmet Wessel. Darfur IDP specifically focuses on all Sudanese people. Besmet Wessel is a Khartoum-based community kitchen that tries to feed people in Khartoum. And Period Care initiative is an initiative that helps Sudanese women all across Sudan try to get their period care, by the way. There's also one for Palestine called One for Food Gaza, which is run by a Gazan woman in Gaza right now. And she tries to feed people. So if you have, there's also one for Eritreans, because there are Eritrean refugees currently today who are starving in Ethiopian refugee camps, by the way, in the Amhara region. If you want to support them, you can support the initiative there. And lastly, there is an initiative that I'm trying to highlight of a 17-year-old Eritrean kid who is enslaved or was enslaved in Libya, and we're trying to get him out of Libya. So there's a fundraiser for him as well. So if you guys want to support me, that would be amazing. And if you guys also want to support any initiative to people in the global south, that would also be amazing. Anyways, my bad. Sorry. Continue the awaken truth.
Yeah, no, I probably had a few seconds to go and check what systemic racism means.
So you had to check what it means. You don't know.
No, I didn't even check. I want to answer. I want to hear you saying that, because I honestly want to know. And if I made a mistake, or if I've offended you in any way, then So tell me what you think systemic racism is.
It's not about what I think, it's about what it is. Systemic racism specifically is the embedded and persistent pattern of racial inequity that is built into policies, practices, laws, and social norms of institutions and societies, right? That is what systemic racism is. It's not about individual prejudice. It actively doesn't require any explicit intent. It operates through organization of social, political, and economic systems to continue advantaging one racial group, which is in this case white people, usually over while disadvantaging Black people, Indigenous people, and other marginalized communities as well. That is what systemic racism is. So my question is to you: if you didn't know what systemic racism was, how did you determine it existed or didn't exist?
Because based on what you said, which I had a strong feeling that would be the answer, I don't think it exists anymore. And I think actually there's a big shift towards racism towards white people. When you look at the DEI and all that, when you look at white people applying for jobs, they've been told, in the name of diversity and all that, you sound too white to us.
That's not true.
Well, it's actually true, because
that's not true. Give me a source. Give me a source. First of all, where do you live?
Look at the BBC. Look at BBC job
Where do you live?
I live in Berlin at the moment.
Are you German?
And I used to live in England for 11 years.
Wait, are you German?
Well, some of my ancestors are, yes.
Kommst du aus Deutschland und laberst du so? Oh mein Gott.
Ja, aber mein Deutsch
Was zur Hölle?
Ja, was zur
Hölle? Du sitzt hier auf meinem Panel und sagst, dass es Rassismus gegen Weißen gibt. Was zur Hölle? Oh mein Gott.
Oh mein Gott.
In Deutschland, vor allem in Deutschland sagst du das. In Deutschland sagst du das, vor allem in Deutschland. Das ist verrückt.
Ich sag das in Deutschland.
Das ist verrückt. Das ist echt verrückt, okay?
Furchtbar.
Das ist verrückt. Crazy.
Where's your German from, by the way?
Also ich muss dir nicht sagen. Also ich muss dir nicht sagen. Ist okay.
Warum?
Nee, ist okay. Du kannst es ignorieren, ist okay.
Kein Problem. No, kein Problem.
Yeah, genau, okay. So it's crazy that you're saying that in Germany there's anti-white racism when literally white people are advantaged in Germany.
Actually,
white people make up over 80% of the population in Germany. What are you talking about?
Second, you can look it up with the BBC, people who are applying for the BBC, okay, in England, which is the British Broadcasting Corporation. A lot of people have been rejected.
The article.
And I don't know the exact
First of all,
name,
DIA doesn't even exist within the UK. DIA specifically doesn't have to do with hiring. No, DEIA is what it's called, okay? Because people don't know what it is.
What's the A for?
Agency, I think. Wait, hold on. Let me look it up.
Okay.
Right? So DIA is specifically to diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility. My bad, not agency, accessibility, right? So DEIA specifically as a framework that is applied to schools, workplaces, or organizations is to actively expand the application pool, especially when it comes to agencies, right? So it's not about hiring more people. It's about, again, expanding the application pools, especially in workplaces, right? Black South Africans were trying to get rid of the apartheid regime. That is where that slogan comes from. Again, you have no idea what you're talking. You have no idea what you're talking about. Listen, what I'm hearing from you is a lot of victim mentality. You are literally being a victim on my panel.
But you are the same. You are the same.
No, I'm not. You're literally sitting here
black
crying.
Culture. What is black culture given to the world?
You are sitting here crying.
Hip-hop? No, tell me what black culture gave us. Hip-hop, Michael Jordan, what?
What, you talk about Black American culture? Because I wouldn't call African
what Black
culture.
American culture?
Hold on.
Hip-hop.
I wouldn't call African culture Black culture. Right? Because yes, Africans are racially Black. That's true. But at the same time, we have a specific name for these cultures, right? Black American culture is a specific culture that was developed and created by Black Americans, the descendants of American slavery in America. So I don't understand why you're bringing up black culture when I told you that you're being a victim on my panel.
No, but
this
you're
is victim mentality.
If you're white, you're inherently racist. This is what more victimhood than this do you need?
You came up here and tried to victimize white South Africans.
No, because
who
you're
make
the one.
up 7%.
No.
Hold on. White South Africans make up 7% of the population, yet they own 72% of the agricultural land.
Because they know how to work hard.
No, they don't. It's because of apartheid. It's because of apartheid.
No, the apartheid is finished.
It's because of apartheid. It's because Nelson Mandela. Hold on, 1 second. Yeah. Did Nelson Mandela push for land redistribution? Did Nelson Mandela push for land redistribution?
Yes, and he made a mistake.
No, he didn't. He didn't push for land redistribution. Why are you lying? Why the fuck are you lying?
Okay.
He did not push for land redistribution. Why the fuck are you lying?
Okay.
And why didn't you he didn't push for land redistribution because the South African economy was horrific because of the what's it called? Because of the what's it called? Oh fuck. The boycotts, the sanctions. The sanctions that were applied to South Africa to make the apartheid regime crumble literally destroyed the economy, right? And therefore, he couldn't advocate for land redistribution. And then those white people who were there continued having the land. The reason as to why white people today in South Africa make up only 7% of the population, but they own over 72% of the personal agricultural land is not because they work hard. It's because their ancestors went there and stole the fucking land.
Yeah, okay. So it always goes back to the fact that things happen through history that you will never let go of. You know, you will always
because it's still happening.
It's
still happening.
No,
do they still own the land? Yes or no?
They have been. No, they don't.
Are you saying they don't own 72% of the agricultural land?
They don't because they are the farmers. They are the working force.
No, okay. So they still own the land that their ancestors stole. They're still doing it today. In 2026, they still own that land.
Look, everybody, unfortunately, a lot of people stole land. Stolen land. A lot of people are living on stolen land. And that's what's happening. You cannot turn the wheel backwards. You cannot turn the wheel backwards.
I never said you can turn the wheel backwards. I never said. I never said you can turn the wheel backwards.
Yeah, you can't. No, but it's not going to happen.
Wait, you live in Germany, right? Should Germans stop talking about the Holocaust? Because it's in the past,
yes.
You know? It happened 80 years ago.
Yes.
Oh!
I think so. As a Jew, I'm a Jew. Yes,
You're Jewish.
Yeah, I'm Jewish.
Okay, so do you know that Germany pays reparations to the victims of the Shoah?
And I know.
So should they stop paying them that?
Yes.
Should they stop paying them that?
Yes, they should stop doing that.
So why don't you advocate for that? Why don't you advocate for that?
You're not qualified to be here. What's that?
Why don't you advocate for that? Why don't you advocate for the German government to stop paying the reparations?
I am actually talking to some Germans here, and
I'm not talking about Germans. I'm talking about actually I'm not talking about like the Germans that you drink, you talk to over Radler. Okay, I'm saying again,
Radler.
yes. When you drink Radler, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking.
No, this guy Kim Tite. Look at him, the soy boy. He's not Jewish. He's a Zionist. He's a Nazi. Oh my God.
Okay, I'm saying again. Stop addressing the chat. You are on the panel to talk to me. Okay. I don't want you to talk to my chat. If you want to talk to my chat, I can just send you back
but
to
I can see their comments, and it's just like I know it's coming from lack of soy milk at this time of night.
There's nothing wrong with soy milk. Soy milk is delicious. I don't know about you.
Yeah, but it's actually also
soy milk is delicious. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but it harms the bees.
No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? Soy milk is delicious. And everybody in the chat, if you think I am your common vegan leftist with a septum, you are right. I am a vegan leftist who has a septum, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and I love drinking, not only soy milk, I love drinking cashew milk. Actually, I was talking about it yesterday. Cashew milk, almond milk, everything like that. I don't care. You know, I'm proud of that. Cool. Oat milk is also delicious. So let's go back to the topic. You were victimizing white people
Yes, well, I'm saying first of all, Germany has to stop apologizing for its past. As a Jew, as a Jew, I say it, and as somebody who's his grandparents' whole family were in camps, and by the way, I also think that the aggression against Palestinians is the same kind of stems from this kind of feeling, that because you've suffered through history, you can do the same to other people.
So does Germany also need to stop supporting Israel, because it also starts support?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not supposed to. So you advocate for Germany to stop funding Israel too?
Yes.
Okay, so host those lives. I'll support you. Go host those lives if you actually believe in that.
I
host
also
those
think
lives. Go to the German government officials. Tell them that they should stop supporting Israel. They should stop talking about the Shoah. They should stop doing all of these things. Then, if that's what you believe, because I don't believe, right, that the history shouldn't be talked about. I think that the history should be talked about, right, so that it doesn't get repeated again. But if you believe that, then go advocate for that.
I am not that big activist, I used
Why
to be.
not? I'm confused. Aren't you an advocate here? You're trying to be an activist here. I'm confused. Why don't you actively be an activist for how your community still receives reparations for something that happened 80 years ago? Why don't you advocate against that? I'm confused. You're advocating against me when my people have not received any reparations, and I'm not even talking about reparations. I'm talking about stopping what's happening today while your community receives reparations for something that happened 80 years ago. Why don't you advocate for that, against that?
Because it's not my job to advocate against that.
Why not? Why are you coming here talking to Black people then? Talk about your community first.
I'm talking. Well, no, because I think the basics, the basis of this live panel is racism against white people.
No, it's not. It's not racism against white people. I'm talking about how this impacts Black people.
It is.
Nope.
Of course it is.
Nope.
When you say inherently racist to someone, and if you only determine that person is racist because of their skin color, because
that's not why I'm determining that. That's not why I'm determining that.
Okay, so if you actually think that race is a social construct, why do you see people as white people? And you're the one who say I don't want to look at race, I don't want to look at all that, and you're the one who is making that distinction by actually using.
I didn't make that distinction.
You're saying if you're white. No, you clearly do, because you're saying if you're white.
No, I didn't. I didn't make that. I didn't create the system. I did not create the social
system, but you adhere to the victimhood, which
wait. So first of all, you're not going to sit here and call me a victim when your community still receives reparations 80 years later and you don't have an issue with talking against it. You're not going to sit here and call me a victim when you try to victimize white South Africans. South Africans who actively are only 7% of the population but still own over 70% of the land. You're not going to call me a victim when white British people make up about 90% of the population in the UK, and they still hold the majority of the institutional, economic, and political power within the UK. You are actively trying to victimize. Hold on. Next you're going to tell me Elon Musk is a poor victim of a homeless person. That's what you're going to tell me next, right? Elon Musk, the poor guy, he only has 20 yachts instead of having 30. This man who's a baby daddy of 8 kids from 8 different mothers, that this guy is also a victim, right? Crazy.
No,
so the victim mentality that you have, the victim mentality.
He's only a victim of the woke left. He's only a victim of the woke left who hates him because they hate.
Define leftism for me.
They hate people.
Leftism. What is leftism?
Okay, first, leftism is supposedly being for humanity.
No, I didn't say that. I said, what is leftism? Define leftism for me.
Well, leftism is for human rights, for social equality, for sexual equality.
What?
I mean, not sexual.
Social equality. Okay, you're correct.
Social equality. Yeah. So,
and what is trying to be achieved?
It's all trying to be achieved by force.
What is the goal of leftism?
The goal of leftism is to deny anyone from their private property, from their free speech. If you're not like
That's
us
not what
or against
leftism.
us,
That's not what leftism.
look, look,
No.
look.
You're talking about communism. Leftism is not only
Yes,
communism.
but okay. So
Leftism is not only
I
communism.
agree.
Again, I'm asking you.
I agree. I
No,
agree.
okay. So communism is one variant of leftism. You simply said leftism. What is leftism's goal?
Leftism. Okay, what's leftism goal? The goal of leftism
Yes.
is to, the way I see it, is to always make sure that there is somebody who is oppressed that we need to take care of. Yes, and I'm glad you're
You're so
laughing.
full of shit.
Good.
I'm
Well,
so sorry. You
yeah,
don't even know what leftism is.
leftism is no. I mean, I said social equality. Okay,
You don't
and
know what leftism is, bro. You said leftism is about keeping somebody oppressed when that's so fundamentally different.
it's very white. It's very white thing to be.
Leftism is not white. Leftism is not white. Okay.
Oh, it's very white. It's very
No, it's
white.
not.
Yes,
Who was Karl Marx specifically? Who was he inspired by?
Yeah, well, he was inspired by I think Descartes, Descartes, who was
No, I'm saying who was Karl Marx inspired by?
who was Karl Marx inspired by?
Yes, when he was thinking about his ideology of like Marxism, who was he inspired
Phenomenology.
by?
First of all, it was I think Hume and the British philosophers.
No, it wasn't.
The
He specified who inspired his work. He said it himself. Who inspired his work? Who did he mention?
Freud.
No.
I think Freud was his big influence, actually.
Wait, what?
Are you checking this out now?
No, I'm not. I know. First of all, how is Freud his biggest influence when he lived before Freud? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God, bro. You are a fucking dumbass. Okay? But again, what I'm talking about, who did Marx say influenced him? He mentioned a specific group of people who influenced his work.
Right. Adam Smith. No, it's not Adam Smith. I know.
No, it's the Iroquois. The Iroquois Confederacy. Marx himself writes about how Marx himself writes about how the Iroquois Confederacy were the ones who inspired his ideology. The Iroquois were literally Native Americans. They were not white. So leftism existed outside of Europe before it even inspired Marx.
Yeah, but they
Leftism, by
didn't.
the way,
They call it right and left just after the French Revolution, because those who were sitting in the conference on the right side were the ones who were for the monarchy, or the sort of republic, and those who were sitting to the left of you can actually check
the
this
world
out
doesn't
as well.
center around Europe, respectfully.
And
I'm talking about the principles. I'm talking about the principles. The principles of leftism. Not talking about the name. I'm talking about the principles of leftism existed outside of Europe already.
Yeah,
Communities outside of Europe were more community based. Okay,
it became a tool in the hands of white Europeans to create a construct of we are leftist. That means we are moral. It means that we care about human rights.
No, that's not what leftism is. I don't care about your moral grandstanding. Again, respectfully, you sound like when was the last time you read a full book about anything?
Yeah, well, I actually finished a book about a month ago.
What was the book about?
It was by a person called Eli Sharabi. He was one of the Israeli hostages in Gaza, and he wrote a book about his recollection over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Have you ever read a book about racism or leftism?
I read I have. I started reading the Communist Manifesto, and then I read, because it's a really hard book to read, and I went into some essays about that book, and it was also hard, but I was for many years.
How many pages has the Communist Manifesto have?
I don't know. I really don't.
Can you guess?
500, 600.
The Communist Manifesto is like 23 pages.
Okay. So no, sorry. I mean Das Kapital. Sorry, I mean the book. I mean Das Kapital. Das Kapital. The other book. Oh, sorry. I know. No, it was what was it? Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. That when you can laugh. That's fine. Actually, you have a nice laugh, so that's fine.
That's actually crazy. Okay, what are some books that you have read about racism?
I've got that book here. Can you hold on for a second? I'll just bring it over here. I'll just tell you the title. 1 second. 1 second.
Oh my God, chat. Can you please like and share the live? Because I'm actually losing it. Oh my God, by the way, we reached over 150K, by the way. Can we get it to 200K?
It's
you guys are losing.
It's called Why I'm No Longer Talking to White People About Race. And it's by Rennie Edo-Lodge.
Yeah. What do you think of that?
Well, I didn't read all of it because I have a tendency to read like 2-3 books in one go. But yeah, she made some points. She made some points. Actually, I had a Jamaican girlfriend for a few years.
Oh my God.
Yeah. That's what she said as well. But no, we actually had a good connection and all that. But I sometimes I would sort of think to myself whether she doesn't like white people or she feels threatened. I mean, there was some issues about it, but. Yeah, I mean, I think this book, again, well, are you okay? Are you all right?
I can't do it anymore, chat. I can't. I can't do it. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Oh my God, I can't do it, chat. I can't. I actually feel violated. Oh my God. Oh gosh. Wow. Hold on, let me bring back the prompt. Oh, I'm actually crying. Holy shit, I'm crying. Holy shit, I'm crying, chat. I can't. That felt really awkward. I'm not gonna lie. Wow. The thing that triggered me was when I said, oh my God, and he said, that's what she said too. You know? Ooh, crazy. سمعنا مزي أول حانتي دي فوت أنا تعرف كندي أبزي ما تسي أم نعيت عرفوني دي المتحف دي بابو متحف أم بيبام دي فولتو شو ما تسي أم أبزي نعيخ عاد بيتك قبروني فتو Hi Swan, how are you? Hello. Hi Nasib. Okay, let's let up people one by one. Yeah, by the way, I'm laughing because I'm like in pain, by the way. So I laugh, awkward laugh, when I feel very, very awkward as well. سمعان كم ولا حنتي مصحف عم بيبهم دي فلتو بزعبا بوليتيكا بزعبا دخول نجار عم بيبهم دي فلتو بزمت أمجن مسايك باسي but yeah, we didn't finish the conversation because you started talking about a random Jamaican girlfriend that you had, and that made me uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie. That really made me uncomfortable. So, yeah. Your laugh is my fave, period. Okay, so let's go to the different guests. Thank you. Oh no, sorry. I didn't mean to invite. My bad. I didn't mean to invite whoever invited. Yeah, he said that one time. It was so weird. Hold on. Wait, okay, hold on. Wait. Actually, you know what? Yeah, so
Oh, hey, you brought me back.
Yeah, I didn't ask you, by the way. How are you? Because we chatted the whole time, and I didn't ask you how you were doing.
Oh, I'm okay.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Exactly, we don't care. Okay. You want to hear it one more time? What is it, chat? Do we care? Do we care, chat?
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you.
We don't care. Got him. Oh God. Hello.
Hello.
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Wait, when were you born?
2007.
Okay. What do you want to say? Wait, hold on. Did you say you were 18, but you were born in 2007?
Yeah. I turned 18 in 2025. My birthday's in May.
In May. Okay, good. Continue.
Okay, what do you mean by inherently racist?
It means that it's a habit. It's deeply embedded within whiteness. It doesn't mean biological, if that's what you're asking, because I don't believe race is biological. It's a social construct. It just means that it's deeply embedded within whiteness, that you cannot uphold whiteness without upholding racism.
You're right, actually. I was thinking of another definition. I'm so sorry.
What did you think? What did you think?
I thought that, like, if you're white, you're immediately racist. And I was like, oh, no.
Well, yeah, because you have to uphold, like, whiteness. You have to uphold racism to be white. Did you mean, like, did you think I meant biologically?
Not biologically, just like as soon as you see a white person, you immediately assume they're racist.
But it's not about assumption, it's about whiteness. Do you know when whiteness emerged?
No.
Yeah, okay, so whiteness, like a race in general, by the way, prior to the 1400s, people were not going around categorizing themselves as like black or white or whatever it is, right? People identified more with their ethnicity, they identified with their empire, their region, their religion, right?
Right.
So the symmetry breaker here is that in the 1400s, when Western Europeans tried to kind of exploit African countries, they decided to come up with like racial categorizations to justify that exploitation, right? So they created whiteness to uphold a racial hierarchy, and whiteness was always on top of that racial hierarchy. So when I'm talking about whiteness, I personally don't believe race is a thing. It's a bullshit concept. There is no biological or genetic basis for it. And it's specifically Caleb, no. So whiteness was more made scientific in the 17th century with like Johann Blumenbach and Carl Linnaeus, but like the precursor to race, like the foundations of race, actually emerged with Gomez de Zurara's book, The Chronicles of the Discovery of Guinea. Where he decided to characterize African as a race and European as a race and determined that African was inferior to European. And then that was used to justify Portuguese expansionism and then also the Portuguese slave trade, because the Portuguese are the ones who started the transatlantic slave trade in West Africa. But anyways, I digress. Sorry, I kind of got a bit
No, I understand.
sidetracked
You were teaching me something new.
Exactly. So when we're looking at race, as constructs, it was literally created to uphold a racial hierarchy. And white people were on top, black people were at the bottom of the hierarchy, everybody else was in between. And then depending on your proximity to blackness, you were disadvantaged. Depending on your proximity to whiteness, you were advantaged, right? So for that particular reason, you cannot uphold whiteness without upholding racism because they're linked together, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. But the way you are wording it does make it seem as if it is generational racism. Because if your grandfather is racist, that means you're racist as well, which is wrong. It's not right to think in that matter.
That's not what I'm saying, though.
No, I'm saying that's how you're wording it.
Yeah, so that's not what I'm saying is that I'm not saying that you are to be held responsible for the actions of your grandfather. What I'm saying is that like white people in the past created this system where they implicated future generations of white people, and now current white people benefit off of that system, right? So because you benefit off of that system, you have been implicated. And as long as you continue benefiting off of that system, you're directly benefiting off of it because other people are being disenfranchised. It's directly linked to that. If other people were not being disenfranchised, you would not have benefited off of it.
I agree. And to the people in the comments saying this doesn't matter.
Don't address the people in the chat. You're here to just talk to me. It's okay.
Okay. Like, it just baffles me how so many people think it doesn't matter. Everyone is affected by racism.
What do you mean everyone's affected by racism?
Like everyone but white people are affected by racism in the most in a negative light.
So everybody but white people.
Yes,
I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. Yeah.
Like, it just baffles me how so many people think so little of this thing. Like, this is really important since majority of racist people are white.
So it's not about majority of racist people. It's about the systems that we live in today. And like the systems that we live in today is rooted in that race and racism, right? So when we look at the international system, unfortunately, it has created a global apartheid system based on this belief that certain lives are valued more than other lives, right? So yeah, so this is a very important topic. You guys think I'm rage baiting, by the way. I'm not rage baiting. This is actually a very, very important topic, right? So this is why I have these lives. I don't come to TikTok just to have fun. I don't come to TikTok to just have fun or chill around or whatever it is. I come to TikTok for a very important reason. Number one, to raise awareness about this. Number two, to raise awareness about my people. And number three, to try to help my people by highlighting initiatives, right? So this is not for fun. But what I'm saying is, right, when I'm saying that whiteness is inherently racist, I'm not saying white people are bad or white people should be punished or whatever it is. No. I'm saying that in order to uphold whiteness, you have to uphold racism. Because at the foundation of whiteness is racism.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Okay. Well, if you agree, then I'm going to kind of drop you down. Thank you for coming up. I appreciate you.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Have a good day. Have a good rest of your life.
Thank you. You too. I appreciate you. Okay, well, I'm only going to people who disagree, by the way, with me. So sorry, y'all, but that's what I'm doing. Oh, hold on. Why are you in the request again? Why are you in the request again? I'm confused.
Are you giving me another chance?
Yeah, but
Good.
why are you in the request again? I'm confused.
Because we haven't finished our conversation and the people here are having fun, so I just want to give
Okay. Yeah, then let's finish our conversation. What did you want to say?
I just wanted to say again.
I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care. I'm here to tell you right now, we don't care. Let me tell you, we don't care.
Exactly. We don't care. Okay. So sorry. The Wake and Woke, I do like to debate, but like, I gave you a chance to have a conversation here. And you literally brought up skull shapes. Okay? You didn't have any knowledge behind your, Simon. Okay, let's go to the next guest. Intay Simon. Let's go to the next guest. Donk Oro? What the hell? Are you Eritrean? Hello. Why are you calling me Donk Oro? بس ما بريسبكت زي بك هو خصني دونك Oro تبلني؟ هو Maybe he got depression or something. Be careful. Yeah, okay. Okay, well. How long have I been live? Hold on. I've been live for 3 hours and 40 minutes. That's very long, y'all. Who here enjoyed my live today? Was it educational? Was it fun? Was it the right balance between the two? Who enjoyed it? Who enjoyed my live? Who learned something today from my live? Who learned something from my live today? You? Ooh, period. Okay, good. Well, who knows what happens at the end of my live usually when I end my live? You learn a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna go live more often. I'm gonna go live every day, right? But you guys know how I end my live. Yeah, before I end my live, music time, period, exactly. Music time. Now, everybody knows I'm Eritrean, exactly. I'm Eritrean, so I usually end my live with Eritrean music, okay? So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna introduce you to more Eritrean culture, okay? And since we learned today about racism, I'm going to give you guys some love tips. If you're interested in love tips, I'm going to show you guys a song, a Casanova, an Eritrean Casanova, okay, who was very, very popular with the ladies. And what we're going to do is we're going to dissect what he does in order to be popular with the ladies, okay? Every woman loves this man. Every Eritrean woman loves this man. Every Eritrean man wants to be this man, okay? This guy was a Casanova. Now, to my Eritrean people, you probably know who I'm talking about. Da-da! Exactly. So today we're going to be listening to his music, and in doing that, you're going to get a glimpse of Eritrean culture and also Eritrean love. Because this song, he sang with his fiancée, by the way, okay? With his fiancée. Exactly. His name is Abraham Aforki. Okay. Hold on. Oof, let's make it lower. It's very loud. Okay. Look at him, looking at her, yearning. Oh. Oof. Look at that. Hold on. What is that? What the hell? Okay. Look at that. Cap on the knee. Ugh. Look at him. Oh my god.
With the non-stop pings, that's where Grammarly comes in.
Oof. You love a woman, get a car with an open roof and drive her. Write that down. Write it down. Write these tips down. You see your partner doing the laundry, come and disrupt them and hug them. And then after that, tell them, you know what, I'm gonna hang the laundry for you, actually. Only do this if you have insurance. Okay? Only do this if you have insurance, because if you don't, then you're stuck there, you know, with a partner, you know, that's injured and you can't treat them, right? But if you have insurance, go for it. Do this. He's saying, I would have wanted to be there in the place that you are. He's telling her, I want to spoil you. I'm so sorry. Listen, I might be a leftist, but I do love to get spoiled as well, okay? He's getting a jacket. He's like literally put the jacket around. Oh, yeah, I'm Athena. My name is Athena. I know that my screen name is Kavi, but my name is Athena. Look, you see, he's getting a jacket. He's covering her up. And he's telling her, I want to spoil you. You know? I want to spoil you. And of course, we love an inclusive king. Look at him bringing up all the ethnicities. Yes, the woman in this video is his fiancée, by the way. The woman in this video is his fiancée. So what he's saying here is actually true love, by the way. He's singing this to his fiancée. That's what makes it so romantic, okay? It's not an actor or whatever it is. She's his actual, like, fiancée. Yo. Chill in the chat, bro. I don't know who this person is. I don't know who's using slurs in the chat. He's telling her, hold on to my love in your heart. Okay. You want a partner? Carry a woman above a bed of flowers with your guitar on the side under a tree. You do that, you secure it, okay? You secure a long-term relationship if you are able to go on a bed of flowers and, swirl around in circles with your partner. This one. Feeling. This would have worked on me. I'm not gonna lie, this would have worked on me. Not gonna lie, this would have worked on me, by the way. Caleb, I did mute the person who tagged you and said that, by the way. That was out of pocket. But anyways, this would have worked on me, bro. I'm just saying, this would have worked on me. But, what was it? Hold on. You guys also want to know what other song is really nice? Oh, these ads. These ads are so annoying. Hey, 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 hey. Hey. What, to the people who usually come to my lives, what was this instrument called again? This instrument that the man is playing. I bet there's somebody in the chat who knows what it's called, because FMT, you're Eritrean, that doesn't count. Why are the Eritreans answering? Well, now you kind of answered it. Wata, okay? This is called the wata. This is a beautiful instrument. Sounds amazing. This beaded jewelry is called a sendid. I think you guys have already seen a photo of me with my beaded jewelry when I was younger. But this is called a sendid, okay? Sendid jewelry. Okay. What she's putting on her forehead, you see that? You would be lying if you told me that wherever you are sitting currently, you are not actively dancing. Okay? Shaking your shoulder a bit. Hey. 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 By the way. How many of the people in the chat learned about Eritrea through watching my lives? I really want to know. The people in the chat who are watching have learned about Eritrea through watching my lives. Just say me in the chat. Ooh, period. Look at the chat. Period. Okay. I say it. Let me know. Let me know. Next, what you guys need to do is you need to Google your nearest Eritrean restaurant and then go and eat there. Because trust me, the food is fire, okay? I've already had multiple people message me because they tried Eritrean food and they were like, oh my God, Kavi, where has this been all our lives? Okay, trust me, the food is delicious. Oh my God, why does the ads have to ruin everything? And the coffee, exactly. The coffee as well is amazing. Exactly. Roma. Showinana. She's so beautiful. Oh my gosh. Also, do you see her braids? Do you guys know who recently had those braids? Hold on. Hold on. The character in Avatar. Isn't that insane? The character in Avatar, her name is Tsiria, I think. Tsiria, yeah. She literally has those same braids. These are braids specifically of the highland cultures, you know? In Eritrea. That's literally the braid that woman is also wearing. Interesting, huh? So, Avatar just, in this recent film, that's her hair. Hey. Oh, nana. Show nana. Nana. Show nana. Nana. Hey. Oh, the girls are going crazy. The people who just came in, I have had a debate live for 3.5 hours, and then I usually end my lives with Eritrean music, or other Sudanese and stuff like that music as well, right? So that's what I'm doing currently. I'm literally playing Eritrean music. What must I say? Hey. This is a song about the Massawa bombing. Nope. Really beautiful song. If you see the bombing here, you can literally find the footage of this bombing, by the way. If you just Google Massawa bombing, so Massawa bombing, and it literally looks like imagery out of Gaza. You know what you see right now out of Gaza, literally looks like that. Okay, so this is a song that is meant to commemorate the bombing of Massawa that happened in 1990, by the way, not even that long ago. Very, very recent history.
Ashes falling, children cry, the sour streets beneath the burning sky. Homes turn to dust, prayers lost in flame, innocent souls, never spoken names. Brothers and sisters pulled from the stone, mothers still search for those never home. The dark thought fear could silence the fire, but the spirit of my sour rose in the night. Oh, my sour, we carry your pain, the tears of your people still fall.
So people asking 1990, yes, 1990. Very recent history.
Scars in our hearts will never erase. Fan kills fire, let freedom's fade. The sea remembers, it whispers the cries, the sea.
So if you want to hear the name of the song, it's called We Remember the Flames, the Massawa Massacre. Okay? That's the name of the song. We Remember the Flames, the Massawa Massacre. And then if you want to hear about Massawa, if you want to know about Massawa, there is literally a, like a, what's it called? A documentary about it. You just Google Massawa bombing, and then you'll find that documentary. Oh, let's discover a new song together. This is a song that was released 2 days ago. Do you want to discover a new song together? Yeah, let's discover a song together, y'all. This is a song this is a song that I don't know, by the way, but apparently it was released 2 days ago, so now I'm kind of excited, you know? Let's see if it's cool or not. Hold on. Okay. Ooh. Oh no, is she running away from her wedding? Hey. Did she run away from her wedding? Oh my god. I'm sorry, they're both so pretty. جينا حفتي أخبرتنا يا بهلي عدي I love you حد سمهر حفتي معاري صبقتي شكورينا حفتي معاري سمهر. Thank you. But yeah, no, they're so pretty, both of them. Hey. Oh, wait a damn minute. Okay, hold up. Did you see that man? Hold up. I'm sorry. Do I have to explain anything? Do I have to explain anything? Please. Okay? I digress. You know, I digress, okay? I digress, okay? I'm saying, who's that in the back? I know. Exactly, Gabby. Excuse me? Who's that in the back? What's his name for research purposes? You know? Hey. The song is cute. Stop. Yo, my girl is traveling all over Eritrea with the wedding dress. Oh my God. Listen, if your partner does not run and fall on the ground, do they even deserve you? Exactly. If your partner does not run after you like this and fall on the ground, do they even deserve you? You know? Hey. Exactly, Hetty. Ooh, look how beautiful the place is. Oh, so they do get married, finally. Hey, wait a damn minute. Yo, the girls are eating it up. Help. The ladies are eating it up. Are you kidding me? Did y'all see how the ladies were eating it up? Please. Fire. I'm sorry. Yes, the singer is cute too. Okay, Fiorina. Literally, everybody's cute. I'm thinking, how can I be a part of this music video? Okay? Look at that. How can I be a part of this music video? Hey. You should hear the song. The lyrics of the song is basically him saying, كم زي أجرنا كنا مرعاكي إنا زي حفتين مغت سمار كم أديت عمكي كم أديت عمكي سمهر شكر. No, but anyways, look at this. Amen. Basically, Abe Nierka means where have you been? And abenerki means where have you been? So they're basically telling each other, where have you been? You know, because you're meant to be for me. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you all my life. Where have you been? That's what they're asking each other. Abenerka, abenerki. Where have you been? And then at one point, the guy said, what's meant for you will never leave you. So if a person is meant for you, they will show up. That's what the lyrics is about. Oh, so cute. Exactly, that's what they're asking. Abenerka, abenerki. She's saying you didn't look left or right. You didn't get distracted. You were waiting for me. That's what she said. Like she's saying you didn't look left and right. You were just waiting for me. Didn't get distracted by anybody else. Say abenerka. She's saying, where have you been? And he's telling her abenerki. Where have you been? They're telling each other, where have you been? What a cute song. If people want the song, it's called Manta Libbe. That's the name of the song. Manta Libbe.
No,
you know, maybe I should create a playlist for you guys and then put the playlist in the link tree in my bio. Yes, the debates are over. I debated for like 3.5 hours, and I think it was really enough for me, you know, with racists. I will go live tomorrow, though, and continue the debate. But the debates for today got me wanting to run through a field with a wedding dress. No, literally. Okay. And this one, her father is forcing her to leave the country. But she's mourning because she's thinking about the man that she has to leave behind. Now she has to tell him goodbye. The father looks very serious. And they have to say goodbye. Ooh! Are they gonna say goodbye or are they gonna run away together? Ooh! He ran away. Oh no. Oh, Papa looks really mad. They stole the wheels. That's another thing. Write that down, y'all. If the parents of your partner do not approve, just steal their wheels. Actually, never follow the rules I'm giving you guys, please. Okay? Never follow the rules I'm giving you guys. I'm just saying. They're not really good rules. Unless... Oh, he looks guilty. He's like, well, was that me? He looks kind of guilty. Even this guy looks kind of guilty too. Crazy. Oh, he said, okay, go on. Yay, that worked. Ah, that worked. Well, looks like it does work. Looks like it does work then, huh? What is this? I'm just discovering new music with you guys today. I'm so sorry. She is so pretty. Help. Okay. Hey. Hold on. What is another music that we can play? Ooh, we can play this. Playing, you know? Eritrean music. Oh, Ayata, you came in. We're playing Eritrean music, by the way. Hey. No, I'm not Somali, I'm Eritrean. This is Eritrean music, by the way. Well, this is like an Afar spin to music. Hey. Beautiful. So pretty. Oh. The voice. Oof. Hey. Tell me this isn't beautiful. Oh. Oh my god. The ad had to jump scare. The ad had to jump scare, bro. The ad had to jump scare. Ah. Oh my god! Crash out Kirby! Ah! Nami fangirling! Oh lord! Not me fangirling for Crash Out Kirby. Hi. Oh my god, Crash Out Kirby is in my live. Crazy. Crash Out Kirby is in my live. That's insane. I'm doing good. Okay, this is another singer called Fightinga. Now this woman is literally a genius, okay? Her name is called Fightinga because her father was called Fightinga, which means fighting gun. So her father was a like a chief, like a Kunama chief, okay? And she was a rebel fighter when she was 14. Imagine. She was a liberation fighter at 14 years old. And then she's also a singer. So this woman is not only, culturally very gifted, but she also literally fought for the liberation of the country at the age of 14 years old. Hey. Now this clothing and this culture that she's representing is called Kunama, okay? Beautiful. Hey. That's how beautifully diverse Eritrea is, right? Hey. We have so much beautiful culture. in Eritrea. By the way, look at how beautiful our beaches are. Look how beautiful the beaches are. Beautiful. This is another. Hey. And this is Saho. No, they're not Sudanese. They're Eritreans. Every song that I've been showing you guys has been Eritrean music. Exactly, Hetty. That's what I try to get people to understand. You see how culturally diverse all the songs I showed you guys was? And this is in one country, Eritrea, which is, I think, one of the smallest countries in East Africa. But Eritrea, by the way, is as big as the Levant. So it's small in relation to other African countries. But actually, in relation to other countries, it's not really small, okay? 11 different countries fit into Eritrea. Could fit into Eritrea, right? But this is how many cultures exist within this country. That's how diverse Africa is, you know? Now let's listen to some Tigray music. Okay. Hey. Hey. Himi, leave me alone, okay? Why am I being bullied by my mods? Thank you, Ayata sister, for the gifts. You're always so generous. Thank you, I appreciate you, sis. Oh, this song is beautiful. how diverse African culture is? This is one country. And all the songs that I showed you were in different languages and diverse cultures. One country. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful braids, beautiful culture. You know? Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Really nice. Really. There's this one song. Hold on. Where is it? This is a cultural practice, by the way, from my specific region. Okay, it's called Tahambele as well. Tahambele, Tahambele. Really beautiful. This is how you dance. You see how they're dancing in circles and hopping up and down and frolicking? Tahambele. No, literally. Okay, I'm gonna end it with one more song, but this time it's gonna be a Sudanese song that is incredibly romantic, okay? Which is, I'm gonna end it with a Sudanese song that is incredibly, incredibly romantic, okay? I'll play the lyrics for you guys, but, okay. Hold on. It was by Mamman. Oh, imagine. I know I showed you guys Eritrean music all the whole time, you know? Especially Tambele. Where is it? But now I'm gonna end it with this song, which is a Sudanese song, which I really, really love, by the way. I yearn for you. Oof. Wait, hold on. I raise my hands to he who lit up my life when he guided you to me. Oh my God. Do you know how crazy that lyric is? I raise my hands to he who lit up my life when he guided you to me. Oh my God. Crazy lyric. I am your servant. Oof. And I do all her deeds, the ones you've written. Situ, yes, situ. Artist is he who molded you. I'm so sorry. This lyrics is crazy. Crazy lyrics. Artist is he who molded you. Your emotions, my color. His creative knows no bounds. Oh. Remember, when the morning comes, we don't forget what we promised at night. Oh. No, this isn't a I don't. Is it a battle? I'm not too sure, actually. I think it's like a live. Probably could be. I don't know. I just know this song. Oof. Crazy. Oh, my heart. It's called Mamman Dafnino. His name is I think his name is Mamman, if I'm not mistaken. But Dafnino, that's the name of the song. Beautiful song. You know, I'm gonna end it with one more ballad. Hold on, this one. I'm gonna end it with one more ballad. I feel like the ballads have been, hitting. I'm not gonna lie. The ballads have been hitting. So I'm gonna end it with one more ballad, which is an Eritrean ballad. Okay. Hold on. The lyrics of that was really beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. Really, really beautiful lyrics. Okay. Really beautiful lyrics. Ugh. You guys need to listen to more East African music. Okay. An Eritrean ballad. Look how cute this little princess is. Stop. Oh. Look how pretty she is. Oh, look how cute she is. Oh. Hold on. Okay. The song, he's telling her, please don't leave me, claiming that I'm a bad person. He's basically telling her, I'm not bad. Please don't leave me. Who thinks I should make a playlist? Who thinks I should make a playlist? Because I could. I can, actually. If you guys want me to make a playlist, I could make like an Eritrean music playlist. I could make a Sudanese music playlist. I could try to see, or East African playlist. Okay, actually, this is gonna be the last song. It's a Sudanese song. And the lyrics is actually gonna be on the screen, so you guys can understand the lyrics of what he's saying. But a very famous Sudanese song. But yeah. The lyrics is very powerful, by the way. This is a song that was sung during the revolution. So it's, you know, the lyrics is very powerful. And the blood of those who killed the students.
It's really simple, all we want is freedom. No violence and brutality. We fight together and we march together to make our dream a reality. It's really simple, all we want is justice. No violence and brutality. We fight together and we march together for peace and equality. ما رجعنا لي مطالب. حكمت الحكم المدني دم الكوز الكتب الطاغي مدنية 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 سلمية سلمية سلمية
Anyways, I'm glad that you guys were here. If you do want to help any Sudanese or Congolese initiatives, you can check the link tree in my bio. I have some Sudanese and Congolese initiatives that you can donate to. There's also an initiative for Eritrean refugees who are currently starving in refugee camps that you can also donate to, right? So I always try to encourage people to actively not only learn about the culture, but also, you know, put your mouth, what's that phrase? Put your mouth where your hands is? No, put your hands where, what is that phrase again? I'm so tired. Put your hand where your mouth is? No, that does not sound right. Somebody help me. Money where your mouth is. I don't know why I said hand. I don't know why I said hand, yo. Put your money where your mouth is. Exactly. You know, if you have any extra money that you want to donate to, there are a ton of amazing Sudanese and Congolese initiatives in the link tree in my bio. That you can definitely donate to, and if you can't donate to them, you can just share them. There's also a link tree in my bio, like a link in my bio that helps specifically Eritrean refugees who are currently starving and famined, literally in refugee camps. And then there's also one more of an Eritrean 17-year-old kid who was enslaved in Libya. Okay, this is a 17-year-old kid. He was enslaved in Libya. Now he's out. He's been released from slavery, but he's still stuck in Libya and we're trying to get him out. So that would also be amazing. He's literally a kid. Really cool if you guys could spread around these links. All of them are in the link tree in my bio. But doing amazing. Anyways, I love y'all so much. I'm gonna go live tomorrow again for a regular debate live. Mwah. And maybe I'll host a live about Greenland as well. Hope y'all have a blessed evening, night, day, wherever you are. And I'll see y'all